I'm Peter Harrison, and we are organizing these workshops on European historical shipyards, the transformation of European historical shipyards. And this is the second workshop, because we had on 26th of June. And these three workshops are taking, it's part of the activity of the Ocean Pavilion at the Biennale Architecture this year. So before we start, I was asking our friends from the Ocean Pavilion, and they will give us a short presentation of why we are here and what's the context. We are virtually within the Austrian Pavilion, but not at least one of the things that Lena will explain. So, Lena, please.
Okay. Yeah, thanks also for inviting us. And I'm only part of a quite big collective, so we're 17. We're architecture collective based in Vienna, and for the Austrian contribution this year, we collaborated with a quite old architect, Hermann Czech. He's based in Vienna. He's 86, and we asked him to put this project together. And in Austria, it's an open competition, so we applied with a project to the Austrian Ministry with the project, an international jury chose us. And we applied with a quite critical project towards the Biennale as well, even though like the initial idea was not to put a critique on the Biennale, but basically to start with the spatial transformation of the pavilion, because we believe that architecture in its built form really triggers changes in society and changes spatial condition. And I think even though that might be a bit off topic of what you're discussing here, what we were trying to do with the project to really work with local initiatives and existing topics that are being discussed on, for example, the relation the Biennale as a very big institution in Venice has on the city of Venice and citizens. So, and we believe that the Biennale has a big potential in actually changing things in Venice and basically, best case, enhance certain spatial conditions. So what we did, and this is basically the position of the Austrian Pavilion that you see here, like it's next to St. Helena, which is this artificial island that was built mainly for residential use. And the white part shows the Giardini area that was originally planned as a public garden and then extended more and more, and now is only used for the Biennale. And it's not publicly accessible anymore. So from the beginning, we usually work also site specific. So we were asked a lot of times, like, why do you work on Venice, even though you're the Austrian Pavilion? But the thing is, like, how we work is really to look at the specific situation there. And what we found there was, on the one hand, of course, the city context, the social context, and also the neighbors of St. Helena. And getting in contact with the residents of St. Helena, also we found out about the lack of assembly spaces, which of course, especially in Venice, is something that is lacking. Venice cannot grow, and so this lack of communal spaces is more urgent than in others, but it's also profitable. So looking at the position of the Austrian Pavilion, here you see like one picture showing St. Helena before, like when it was built, like before the buildings came. And this is the position of the Austrian Pavilion, just next to the border, basically separating the city, the red part, and the Giardini area. And what we suggested is to temporarily hand over part of the Austrian Pavilion to make it publicly accessible, which of course would have needed a new entrance from the back, which wouldn't have been such a big deal, but of course we knew they wouldn't like it as a gesture, like even though it's more than a symbolic gesture, but still as a temporary, it could have been made reverse. But in any case, like when we handed in the project, also the jury asked us, what will you do if you don't get the permission? And from the very beginning, to us, it was very important that we don't hand in an alternative, like it's usually being done, because the Biennale gets more and more restrictive. But then we said we're going to show the rejections in the exhibition, which we did in the end. So here you can see that in the wall of the Giardini, this is like so like from a heritage aspect, and of course they brought heritage arguments towards us. it wouldn't have been such a big deal, in our opinion. But so first we handed in this temporary pathway where we would have wanted to go through this wall and the Austrian courtyard wall. And then in preliminary talks with the Heritage Office and the city, like basically we contacted the Heritage Office and the Biennale and wanted to have separate meetings, and then they wanted to put the meeting together. And so it was the Biennale and the Heritage Office meeting us for preliminary talks. And this already shows an entanglement between like the politics and the Biennale itself, which is a bit tricky. So they told us that we cannot build over, like use this pathway that we would use like of the Giardini area, because we would privatize that part with a pathway, a temporary one. And this would also like a mixed use of the heritage area of the Giardini is somehow against the heritage rules, which is like, yeah. So we never really got a proper rejection.
So still waiting.
We're still going to be from the heritage, did, but yeah. So I just like maybe show them a bit quicker. Like this is the part. Like this is how we were planning the Austrian pavilion. So the darker red part would be the assembly area. The one part would only be accessible from the Biennale visitors, and the other one publicly and freely accessible from the visitors. As we were not allowed to break through the wall, we handed in the end, a bridge, that how we wouldn't touch the public ground of the Giardini. And even that project was rejected just like 1.5 months before the opening, I think. So in the back, like during the whole process of planning the project, we met lots of initiatives, residents, because we didn't want us to invent those critiques on the Biennale. But of course we didn't, but we built upon an existing critique and discourse that was happening already. So we invited them from the beginning, like may it be like demonstration of the Forum Futura Arsenale, towards the redevelopments, or an organization, Ocho, who is collecting data of social housing prices and also how they respond to the Biennale periods. We brought together at the beginning like the different initiatives that we also invited to contribute to the to our publication. Lucas is also part of it. And yeah, so we in the end a pretty big publication came out. I have one with me that I don't give. 3 more. You can make a game like that. And then with this critique, of course, like there has always been a critique on the Biennale itself, which somehow counteracts, and this is what we are saying, like the Biennale always proclaimed for social topics, but the way it reacts or it responds to the citizens in Venice doesn't show that in real. Also the visitor numbers that are rising and rising. So this also creates a certain problem. I mean, it's good for the Biennale that it's growing, but it's not only growing in terms of visitors, but it's also extending into the city using more and more spaces. So on the one hand, we did research on this exclosure of the Biennale, having walls around like the Arsenale, because there is walls, and the Giardini because they will build walls. And on the other hand, like here you can see the Arsenale part of it. And then we collected also the collateral events that are being used for collateral presentations or exhibitions within the city. And in the past, it used to be churches or palazzi that were not used anymore. But now it's really old shops, old workshops, flats that get emptied that are being transformed into gallery spaces. And this is a non-sustainable way of using spaces in the city. And yeah, we all know that about the residents' decline in Venice, and this, in our opinion, and not only our opinion, the Biennale contributes to that with this spatial politics. So this is the part that we would have needed and would have privatized. And as I said, like we decided, then when we got the rejection for building the bridge and making the connection, we decided to build everything that we were allowed to build. So everything within the Austrian pavilion's premises, we built. You can even look over to St. Helena, or like above the two walls. We also realized the assembly with the grandstand. We're supposed to expand because, of course, on the one hand, and mainly this public part of the Austrian Pavilion was supposed to be really given over to residents and initiatives, and partly programmed with a curated program by us, like this. It's empty now, and we decided to also make it possible for visitors to enter this empty part that was supposed to be public. So here we show the rejection of the project, also the minutes that we got from the Biennale where it says why it's not allowed, which is like, okay. And in the exhibition itself, we show on the one point the topic of exclusion of the Biennale, like with the wall that I mentioned. On the other side, also the historical growth and expansion into the city of the Biennale, saying like the Giardini itself that grew, then taking the Arsenale or parts of the Arsenale into it, and then extending into the city as well. And of course, we were not saying that the Biennale is bad in itself. It's just like that it has a great potential than it is being used now. And here you see like on this one wall the external pavilions and like the red posters that you cannot read now, but it's statements by collaborators like Laura Fregland or yours that's refer to the topics of expansion and exclusion. And then like for the program, this is just a screenshot of a calendar that works less than more. But where we invited like the collaborators and initiatives to put in the program for the public program. As I said, like the residents, they developed their own logo for the events that are happening in the framework of the Austrian Pavilion. And to us, it was important that we don't tell them what to do, but that they're free in what they organize and so on. So because it should be self-organized in a way and not curated by us, because who are we to tell them what kind of program they should do? But we were happy that they can put in the framework. And those are the 3 events that happened already. Like the curated one, there was an exhibition of students from Innsbruck who worked on social housing, with social housing projects, models or hypothetical projects for Venice. Okay. Then there was a walk by Ocho. There will be another one. And one of the workshops is listed. And just 2 weeks ago, we had a public discussion in the Pro Helvetia Foundation, where we had a discussion on like the relationship of the Biennale and Venice, and where commissioners were part. Laura Fregolin was there. Francesca, who is the most active resident from St. Helena, who's putting together this public program. And they discussed about also the difficulties between the Biennale and City. And this shows that there is a public residence calendar and the program happening, which we partly support, like with equipment and so on. And I think what is also special is that we are always here. We can only do that because we're 17, so we're always in the pavilion, also giving tours, because our project, we think it's really important to have this constant exchange with visitors, because it's quite critical, and if not, like, it is about the discourse. So basically that's it as a short introduction, like what we did, and also I think why it's great that workshops like this somehow are maybe triggered, or like by this project, maybe this would have happened anyways, but still it gets a different framework, or goes into a series where there's different initiatives involved. Yeah.
Thank you, Lena. That was really can you put on the other slide? That was really something that was happening in parallel to what Peter and I were doing. We tried a couple of times some kind of application for research on this topic at the European level, and we failed. And last year, in June in 2022, we're in Oxford presenting the book that we edited on that. The arsenal, and then we decided rather than starting with a research proposal, why don't we organize a conference? We're asking people, so that's much easier. So we're involving professionals and scholars and things like that. And we were started thinking where to find a day or a context to put this conference. Then the friend from Austria came into the picture and said, okay, they asked me and Michele and Marcus, we wrote this chapter on the exclusion in the arsenal and in the dirty. And why don't we organize this event here within this context of where transformation, reuse, citizenship, and access are the topic we're discussing. It's perfect kind of context to put this, and indeed we are interested. This is a very interdisciplinary kind of thing. It can be interesting in the history of navy or battles, starting from Lepanto to whatever you want, or the sociology of fish. I mean, this area of the maritime field is so huge, and so it's just a part of the context of living of humanity. So you can make a lot of things. So, but we really decided to have this and to have this here with the idea of bringing people together. We are management scholars with strong historical interest. I'm involved actively as an activist, in civic engagement here in Venice. All of you have different profile, but I mean, this is a field that is so interesting from the point of view, both in terms of the history itself. The Venice now has been around for 850 years. Quite another organization that you can study for 150 years. I have one, which is the church, which is more difficult to have, less access to the files. Very interesting. So, but also in terms of transformation, this is a huge part of the city. And all this kind of historical shipyards can be studied from both the historical, they've been business manufacturing, huge manufacturing places. So you can study them from the point of view, or you can study them from the point of view of the more recent transformation. So we decided to involve in this kind of conference as much as possible. It was not easy to reach each of you. There's not a community. One of the things that people, for instance, in Barcelona, look at, we love that. We really want to build this community of people working in the. Unfortunately, I cannot be here today, but they will be with us. So this is the idea of having. I mean, we selected those that are not as they were. We are interested in the transformation process and in change. If you have some shipyard, which is still shipyard, 100% shipyard is not interesting for us. I mean, in the kind of concept. Now, the only problem we had in this wonderful idea to call our trajectory of projects and the Biennale is that we decided, I don't know if that was that clever, but to have 3 small workshops rather than one single conference. So the idea was to have a kind of repeating the message in a sense. And so we have 3 workshops and all of us, we are all over busy. So we are recording, streaming, but not all of us had the time to go over those time. But we need to give another introduction that will keep it very close and very short now. And we already talked. So basically, this is the context that we're trying to see what if all of this, this is just the list of the sites. Indeed, we had a problem with the number 6 alcohol and Cadiz. We were unable, so we should relate to that perhaps. And we haven't found connection with Amsterdam and Ski. So if any of you have a connection with, we can also try to have a final intensity to involve them in the last meeting. But so basically, or any other suggestion, for instance, one of the things doing that, I realized that these are huge shipyards, but there have been so many other minor shipyards which are maybe already gone quite a lot in terms of the transformation project. For instance, Palermo, which was much smaller compared to that, but still a similar problem. So maybe in a second period, we could think of involving that. What I'm talking about the second period is just, it's crazy, Rich. Let me just go back to oh, I'm sorry. Repeat. And just something that we, if you just see it on the number, on the recording of the number. This is just the thing that I want to spend a couple of minutes. You know, from a point of view of heritization, let me talk about that because the context I know more. You can look at it in terms of how it was over time, a kind of strategy of organization to produce ship, basically. So you can, I was studying the management of the shipyard in the 16 and 1700. But there are a lot of other stories that you can tell, particularly from the transformation in the 19th century, the iron and the production and there are also different disciplines that can tell a story. So there are architects that are much better than us as management scholars or business or economic historians in doing research. I mean, most of industrial heritage research is done by architects, and it's easier for them. Much easier when you see you have a stone, you have a kind of tangible wall, you can understand its transformation. When organization or production regime is much more deep, it's intangible in a sense. But this is the kind of thing. There is a history. There is the history of the organization as it was in its historical uses. There are sometimes they're still there, and perhaps some not changed that much. But there is a process of transformation. Demilitarization, deindustrialization brings the idea of new uses, and reuses can be simply for real estate or tourism, which is the easiest way. It's very difficult to reuse the arsenal shipyards in general to make loft or kind of apartment. There will be huge apartments. They are so huge physically, so not always it's easy. The easiest way is not an option for this kind of areas. Huge areas in the city, so we involve a very complex process of urban regeneration. Now, one of the things that we are interested as, it's not general heritage, it's industrial heritage. The point is to what extent and the history of the production entity is represented in new uses. You can have a university like that. And what can you understand of what it was? I mean, these are the new buildings, but the rest is historical. House it was, and how much do you understand what this was? The historical use is completely different. The reuse is completely different. It's not a museum of what, but you could give a very different alternatives in the ways of narrating the organization. I mean, there is a very interesting history on that. Perhaps a couple of beers after this night we can tell. So this is how in this transition stage, in a way or another, consciously or not, you can tell this. What the space and the form and the concept of narrating the history of this organization. And from our point of view, also interesting in terms of, as management scholar, how this project is feasible, sustainable, doable. Whether it is a museum or whether it is a biennale or it's a process of outsourcing like the arsenal. So this is the idea. It's very complicated. Because it's really interdisciplinary. I really did this for years. Really, I realized 5 years ago when we were talking with the architects here in Venice, the people, the community of heritage people knew nothing about what I wrote about the history of management of Arsenal. So we are really different, separate communities. So, and I spent the last 5 years to work in this kind of very unusual interdisciplinary context. So, but it's very difficult. But this is the kind of tentative that we are trying to do. That's and most important. We give in the invitation that you get, we were giving you some sort of suggested guidelines. And this is the first workshop. This is the second. This is today. So we are here almost in time. Don't kind of slack over hidden reserve of time. And then we have today we are discussing Copenhagen, Brest, Genoa, and Karlskrona. So we have 4. We give 1 hour, so 30 minutes, 35 for presentation, no more than that. So we have plenty of time for discussion. Of course, very crucial is coffee break and lunch. We have lunch. The speakers have lunch somewhere today. And the coffee break, we go to the bar. It's easy. We keep the organization as simple as possible, and we coffee break that we would have asked additional job to our friends here. And then open discussion. Just one thing on the last, that is the second. You will find the first online. This will be the other way around. This will be the third, so you know who will be. Chatham, Barcelona, search for. And then we have a welcome from IPI, the IPI, Associazione Italiana Patrimonio Industriale, which are helping us streaming and recording this event. And also, we'll try to have a kind of discussion in the end with possible next steps. Well, I mean, this is really an option. We really, what we really care is to bring this community, and this could be the step for further research. We will ask you at the very beginning to prepare a paper that nobody did, including myself. All right, who's from. So, and also in terms of further suggesting for further chapters, before urging you to write what you agree to write, perhaps we are with people approaching publishers together. Once we have the project and we have a publisher, we are asking you to use your time rather than before. So the idea is there, but it's we'll let you know details. By the way, there is another opportunity. I have time to talk with you, people. We won a national project, it's a national research project on humid heritage site, which could be arsenals, forts, fluvial, any kind of district or whatever. And with Eduardo Gorat, which is the president of IPI, and another colleague. So we could take this opportunity also to the very next step. For instance, if we need some support for for the book or something like that. And then we should really try to think in terms of our European programs. But this is really all, and then it's up to us to decide what to do with this community, to have a touring conference every year somewhere, moving, taking a course somewhere. It's really open. It's a process, and we really have happy to get a single conference would have been much more easy. But I think we are there. So, people have something to add?
No, I like this three-part conference thing, just because I think the opportunity to build the network was our original goal. And since it's hard to get everyone in one place at one time, being able to welcome people at different places at different times sends the signal that we're trying to move slowly and expand the network rather than impose an agenda. And I hope that you all appreciate that as well. And I want to second Luca's invitation to make suggestions. We've pulled together a relatively reasonable assemblage of participants, but that's within our knowledge. And so tapping into your knowledge and your networks is more than welcome. I think it's necessary to lend the right level of scope and robustness to the project. And if this three-part format is that, then it's worth the extra organizational challenge. So, and from me, thanks to the organizers and welcome to colleagues.
If there is no comments, questions, or starting point would be just a very quick run turn on the table, just to introduce to a second who you are. So we already did it.
So I got to know Luca many years ago through sort of fairly consistent conference on arts and cultural and heritage management. And I'm based at Oxford at the Business School and do research on the management of cultural institutions. I used to be a musician, and so my interest is from practice, and it's the application of a lot of managerial ideas to the practice of heritage has become a focus recently. Additionally, I grew up on a very small island in New England and in boats, so I'm interested in boats. That's who I am. You want to reintroduce yourself?
I think I'm good.
Okay, I'm Alexei Kraikovsky. Now I'm affiliated with the University of Genova, and I'm a historian. But I live now in Venice physically. And my expertise is, like I said, I'm a historian, so it's history, maritime history and maritime heritage of Russia in the Arctic and the Baltic area. Oh. So from the White and Barents Sea to the Gulf of Finland to St. Petersburg, Kronstadt, things like that.
Just a name?
Alexei Kraikovsky. Yeah, you can Google me. There is plenty of me on the web, so just Google me.
Well, I'm Jakob Serup. I used to be a curator at the Royal Danish Navy Museum, which then was merged with the Arsenal Museum, which in turn was merged with the National Museum. And then after working there for 18 years, I got a job on the island where I'm from, on Bornholm, as a museum curator at the local museum there. So, and I thought I was going to do a lot of work on peaceful, farmers and fishers and stuff, and I've sort of become the local museum curator of death and destruction, because Russia has set a new agenda in the Baltic, you can say, also in the Baltic. And one home used to be occupied by the Soviet Union back in the end of World War II. But when I worked at the Naval Museum in Copenhagen, I wrote my PhD on the organization and manning of the Royal Danish Navy in the 18th century, and I have worked extensively with the buildings, the cultural history of the Navy, the naval dockyards, and also followed basically as it happened, the transition from a naval area to a mostly civilian area. So what I can contribute here, I think, is the some lessons learned from Copenhagen, heritage-wise, architecturally, and historically.
Hi, my name is Elena Pemerada. I work in Cancun as a World Heritage Coordinator, and I'm originally from Italy, so I have a master degree from Bergamo, that is in Theory and Technique on Management and Arts Entertainment. And then when I finished my study in 2011, I decided, Sweden sounds good, so I moved there. And my background is, the work background is business developer and communicator. And the last 5 years I worked as a World Heritage Coordinator in Barcelona. And my main task is trying to manage the collaboration between several different actors when it comes to collaborate in questions related to the world heritage, both preservation and development. So it can be all from risk management, then the situation worldwide come to disrupt a lot. We have a lot of discussion in risk management right now, as well as maybe world heritage in schools or communication or tourism. So it's kind of cross-functional.
My name is Marlene Mark. I also work in Karlskrona at the Swedish National Naval Museum, and I'm a museum developer, and I work extensively with the World Heritage. And my background is a university teacher, teaching cultural studies, and then segue into museum practice work. Also worked as a World Heritage Coordinator before, and so we work closely together. And my take on this topic is, of course, the Naval Museum telling the story about the Swedish Navy and Karlskrona, but also in terms of thinking about the more social transformation of Karlskrona and the way that we use both the heritage and present issue to transform the use of the buildings through pedagogy, etc. Yeah.
Okay, good morning. I'm David Cialecli. I'm professor of economic history at the University of Padua, but I've studied here in Venice, and namely 35 or less 37 years ago we met. We look at namely here at the university.
Don't remember.
I don't remember.
I'm a student.
I do remember the exam. And but I studied the arsenal of Venice, namely from the point of view of the supplies of the arsenal of Venice, deeply went into this problem with my PhD thesis and then wrote about it. So, and then I went to other topics, but I still remain very much interested in the history of the arsenal, the arsenals. I studied a little bit the arsenal of Rochefort in France, and the rest we will talk together today. And as a whole of this problem of industrial heritage, and the fact that I work and was a member of the EPAR, which is this organization.
Just wanted to finish. I mean, I'm really one half on the history of management, the other arts management. And coming back to that, when I bought a house in Murano 5-6 years ago, it comes to me, the two, why don't we put them together? As usual, schizophrenia can be managed. But one of the things that we really would like to stress on that, there is, apart from the academic interest in itself, it's really a kind of political agenda in the sense that we want to have a discussion on the Renaissance now taken further. It's really frozen in the last 10 years. So what we really want out of this, in a way or another, will be an Italian short version of practice lessons that we can learn from the other international context. Good lesson, bad lesson. We don't like we are Christian, we don't like the word best practice, but practice about transformation. So examples that we can use to open up the study. Let me introduce you Fabrizio Panozzo.
Sorry for the delay. Something to say hi. It's and welcome you. And thank you, Luca, for organizing this here. And I apologize because I should be your host, but I have this heavy teaching load, which I take contractually. They pay me for this, apparently. So so I'm back and forth from class. I'll probably join you later.
Sure. Thanks so much for hosting us.
I think you thank them. Right.
Thanks.
Thank you for organizing this, and thank you for having me. It's in one way this is at the very core of what I've been working with for many years, and in another way it's quite far from my day job at Bornholm Museum, but the situation is like this. There aren't really many curators of naval history and of the dockyards, or with the knowledge of the dockyards in Copenhagen, working in Danish academia at the time. So it seems that I'm it, and it's that's fine. I enjoy working with this. That's this one here. Yeah, there you go. So very quick overview. We've had a naval presence in Copenhagen since the early 1400s, possibly even before. But it's modernized vastly in the end of the 17th century, in tune with what went on at other naval dockyards in Europe. Everything that went on was heavily inspired by what happened in France. Copenhagen is, well, it's not exactly Venice, but it is to a large part an institution that is on reclaimed land, which has been reclaimed from the end of the 17th century onwards. It was in operation as a naval base, as the main naval base of Denmark until 1990, when the Cold War was ending, and it was decided to move the Navy's facilities to two other harbor cities, quite far from the capital city. So that began a process of civilizing the old naval area, which has not ended yet. The Navy still maintains sort of a token presence in Copenhagen, and in 2020 it was announced that the last military area was to be sold off, and so the Navy would completely withdraw from its old base. However, the current political situation now points to a partial return of the Navy to the area, mainly because well, we are spending a lot more money on the Navy and on military in general the next decade, and we will we simply, or the Navy simply needs square meters to room all these new officers and employees and functions. So it seems that the last sale is going to be cancelled, but it's something that's being discussed as we speak.
But it would be administrative offices as opposed to manufacturing.
Schools. They're going to educate and train a lot more of officers and specialists. So that's one thing that will probably. And just to sort of turn to what we are interested in today, who's there now? And how is it being used? The old naval area. Well, as I mentioned before, the Navy to some extent is still present. The largest landowner, you can say, is the Danish Architecture Academy, which was the first large institution that went into the area in the 1990s. But also the other sort of more creative schools, state schools and institutions, like the film school, the theater school, the Conservatory of Rhythmic Music and Modern Dance, are all institutions that have moved in. There is a number of large sort of high-end shops with large goods like furniture, and because there's a lot of space, as you mentioned, in these historical buildings. But there's also offices, showrooms, cafes, and I should have put that up there, but probably the one institution that is most famous on Holmen today, which is the new Opera House. And then private apartments have been built in converted historic buildings, but there's also been built new buildings in modern architectural style. So it's so you can't sort of you shouldn't be in doubt when you look, is this a new building or is it an old building? Is it as our colleague from Portsmouth talked about last time. So naval bases, just to give a very quick sort of introduction. As a Baltic phenomenon, naval bases sort of are all part of an arms race that took place at the end of the 17th century. All of them inspired by the French bases that sort of represented the ideal of a naval base. If you want to see where it's, I think, best preserved, you should go to Karlskrona. I always say to people who don't know this field that I think when I go to Karlskrona, I have the same experience as children who go to Disneyland, because there is Donald Duck and there is, I mean, there you see the ropery, the rope walk, the rigging chairs, the slipways, the magazines, everything is largely intact. So that's a good example. But it's also to just talk about how many will, when we talk of national heritage, we think of it as sort of the nation's pride, but really these are international phenomena. So to me, that's also why it's a really good idea to get people together in a room from various countries to make comparisons, because this is something that is very international. So the Copenhagen dockyards, I mean, there are naval heritage buildings scattered around the historic capital, but I'll concentrate on the area that we know as Holmen today, which consists of 5 reclaimed islands. The first was reclaimed at the end of the 17th century, essentially as a reaction, a direct reaction to the founding of the Karlskrona naval base, because all of a sudden the Swedish Navy wasn't ice locked for a large part of the year. Now it was uncomfortably close to Denmark, and basically enjoyed ice-free sailing in the same period of the year as the Danes. So it really spurred a process. And I should also mention to those who don't know that Karlskrona is on old Danish territory. So that's that's the
familiar, you know. I remember my discussions with Finns.
Now, so the oldest part of these 5 man-made islands is Nyholm, the New Holm, because that's was where they moved out from the Old Holm, Gammelholm, which is situated in the historical core of the city, but which I'm not going to talk about today. Then the islands were gradually filled in over the centuries, creating the area that we have today. Here on a map from the 1940s, where you can see the fortifications that sort of surround the area. You see a lot of shed buildings and magazine buildings that are all oriented towards the water, so it could facilitate the work of the Navy. You see a dry dock, and you see a fleet harbor. I'm not going to say so much about the fleet harbor, but it's just there, and it's never really been used for very much after the area has been turned into a civilian area. It's the fleet harbor is sort of the lower part of the map that you're looking at here, and the point being that there is something that Denmark is not very good at. Denmark, we apparently are quite good at selling off property, and we're good at developing modern architecture, but sort of facilitating life at sea, like we see, for instance, in Stockholm. you don't see a lot of boats on the water, and so there is something that we should have a look at, I think. Now I'm just going to go through a number of buildings, sort of to give you some reference points. The rigging share from 1749, which is sort of a hallmark of the entire area. This is on military area, but you can have on guided tours access it and climb up to the top and enjoy the view, which is absolutely stunning. But it is largely intact as it was used in the 18th century and 19th century. The old Corps de Garde is also in the military area. It's been empty for a few years now and sort of awaits modernization and restoration. It clearly has a potential as a historic building. It's not very large. It used to be the first thing that people saw when they came to Holmen, because just to go back here, you can't see, but in the 18th and 19th century, all up until 1923, I think, you could actually access Holmen on a pontoon bridge in the left-hand side of this, like connecting directly up to the Nyholm and the Corps de Garde. But that's been removed. But a number of new bridges have been built across the harbor, but not at that point. So Nyholm is sort of a bit cordoned off from the rest of the area. There's a barracks building with an attached prison, as you can see in the right-hand corner, which has been used by the Navy and the military in general when officers come to attend courses in Copenhagen. They will typically be lodged there. There's the Royal Naval Academy, a Funkis style building from 1939, which was abandoned by the Naval Academy in 2017-18, and they're now moved in together with the Air Force Academy and the what's it called? Defense Academy overall, another place in Copenhagen. But the recent development points to the Navy moving back into the building because there's simply not enough space in the new building for the Joint Academy. And this points to the fact that Nyholm might not be abandoned after all. Workshops from the 20th century, the technical school of the Navy has resided there for a number of years now, but were also supposed to move out, but are now perhaps moving back in. We will see. Then there are the more sort of official or traditional places like the saluting battery, where if there's an event in the royal family, a state visit or something, that there'll be fired gun salutes from there. There is the Royal Yacht moors there. So whenever Her Majesty departs on her annual tour of the realm, she is saluted by the gun battery there. It's a beautiful ship, and sometimes it's there and sometimes it's out at sea. And civilized countries have royal yachts. Then there is the flag of the realm, a symbolic flagpole where the flag is always flying on full mast, except on royal deaths and burials and Good Friday. And this is the thing, when the Navy left the area, the Navy sort of thought, okay, well, we don't need to have the flag of the realm, we don't need those guns anymore. But that was sort of by public demand that they remained there. So it goes to show that these symbolic areas still play a role in the public sort of imagination. There is a couple of museum ships there, privately owned, privately driven, Cold War frigate Pederskar, and a fast attack craft, Segested torpedo boat from the 1970s, and a submarine, a Cold War era submarine. Now we go to the privatized area, the area that was sold off. Large traces of the Navy's activities still remain, like the dry dock from 1850 and the cranes that are where the slipway used to be, where, for instance, the Royal Yacht was constructed in the 1930s. But the slipways are no longer sloping towards the sea. They've been filled in and leveled, so they could be parking spaces. And I think that's a shame. Why not park on a sloping surface? But it is something that I see as reversible. This could be recreated, not to have a slipway to construct ships, but to make some sort of interesting area for the public. And of course, it's also always a lovely thing that you can have an overview of 200 years of crane history in one spot. The upper building was finished in 2005 next to the old dry dock, and it is by far the largest building in the area, and it's as you can see that there's nothing in it that indicates that this is a historical naval area, except weirdos like me who think it sort of looks like an aircraft carrier. But nobody else sees that, I think. It's a huge institution. It takes up a lot of space, but it also generates a lot of traffic through the area, because people need to access it and come by mainly by bus and by car. So it generates a lot of traffic every night, and especially during the weekends. This is an interesting building from the 1910s, a new machine shop. The first building in Denmark constructed with what's called steel and reinforced concrete. But there are workshops from the middle of the 19th century and up to the 20th century. And there, like here, I think it's a really interesting example of a preserved building from the 20th century. This weird-looking tower was for testing the submarine's periscopes. So you needed the height, and you needed a window at the top, so you could check if the periscope worked before you actually put it in the submarine, because it would be nice to know in advance. So that remains. But the building itself is used by the Architecture Academy, and I think it's a workshop where they construct models, which takes up. I think that's why people become architects, because it's really fun making little wooden models of stuff. I think you're going to see. Currently, They do that a lot. Yeah, but there's something missing. And when you look at the old shops, machine, we miss the smokestacks. They've all the old round and even the square smokestacks have been torn down in the 20th century. So we don't have the full picture. You can see, you can say. On this old boiler shop that is today used as a showroom, but you can see on the top of the roof you still got the nest for the anti-aircraft machine gun that was mounted during World War II. So there are like the buildings are protected and remain, at least from the outside, as intact as they were at the end of the Cold War. But the inside can be heavily changed, and you sort of perhaps it's difficult sort of get the impression that this used to be the biggest single biggest workplace in all of Denmark, with 5,000 to 6,000 people working there on a daily basis. And I say that the historic buildings are preserved, but that also includes modern buildings. So the building here on the left is the part of the Conservatory of modern music or rhythmic music, but it's actually a carburetor repair shop for the submarines from the 1960s. So that remains there. You see the gunboat sheds here. I just want to point out there are quite a few of them built in the 1830s, housing the gunboats that were used during the Napoleonic Wars. Not exactly Venetian galleys, but gunboats built after a Swedish pattern and used way up in the middle of the 19th century. So they are built sloping towards the basin there, and that creates an interesting challenge to modern day use, because they are protected monuments. So what they've done is that, and I don't know how much is left of the original. This one burned a few years ago, but as you can see, it's been reconstructed. But what you can see here is that when there's a high tide, the water actually goes up over the doors. So it's the only building in Denmark with watertight glass doors facing the sea. So when at extreme high tide, the office workers who are there now actually can look out into the water. So the exterior very much looks original, but the interior are just modern offices. Here are some residential blocks that has sort of been constructed in the middle of the largest of the islands, Shipyards. My parents live there, and they could be in any Danish suburb or smaller city, but that's what the modern buildings look like. There's no effort made to make them look maritime, I think. The old drill and gymnastics house from 1891, I find that's quite funny because they used to do exercise and march and stuff in there, and now that's where the modern dance academy uses the same space, and it makes perfect sense. It's very well suited for that. And as you can see here, it's well taken care of, and basically all of these historic buildings are government owned and run. The naval arsenal large buildings from the 18th century. A lot of them have been turned into these high-end shops. It's a very beautiful architecture, and people enjoy being in that area. But now buildings are being constructed just next to it that perhaps don't fit in so well architecturally. But that's old meets new, I guess. Let's see here. This one I really enjoy talking about, the torpedo boat yard from 1954. This was not protected, and it could very well have been torn down. But it was the developers who bought it thought that they could make a point of preserving this sort of Cold War fingerprint in the area. This is what it used to be like, just a huge shed for maintaining the torpedo boats. And this is what it looks like now from the inside. So they've basically just preserved the main construction, but within it, they have built apartments on both sides. And they've also preserved the central basin. So when the torpedo boats were due for repair, they could sail in, and then they would be lifted up by this huge crane in the middle. And that's ideal for the people who live there for putting down their kayaks, and people will massively make use of this. As you can see here, they've then sort of made there's sort of a rambler going up through it. So in the very end, that's where the parking spaces is for the homeowners there.
So this is an adapted building. It looks completely newly constructed.
Well, everything except the steel construction, not steel construction, you can see the concrete arch there in the middle, and the steel constructions, they are 1950s. Everything else is modern, but it's still as I say, a fingerprint from the Cold War that would not necessarily have been preserved had it not been for these developers who sort of thought it would be a cool idea. And I think it was well done, and I also did a bit of consulting on it. So but it's as you can see, it's a very nice environment.
What was this called? This building?
Torpedo yard. Other places, the boat yards here, for instance, it's just been divided up into nice, modern, very large apartments, very expensive apartments. The mast sheds here are entirely intact from the outside, but they've sort of built office spaces inside them, so sort of a box within a house. So there's a modern building in a box inside, but everything in the exterior is as it were. Now, just a couple of examples. These magazine buildings from the 18th century. You can see these are luxury apartments. They've been divided up. I think they are 300 square meters each. Very, very expensive apartments. And I remember when they were building them, they said, move into a unique maritime environment. And then what did they do? They took their bloody suburban hedged gardens and moved them from suburbia to a quay, which I think is a stupid misunderstanding. I mean, but it just goes to show that you can take the bourgeois out of suburbia, but you can't take suburbia out of them. It's just And it's contrasted to the building next to it, which is identical, and where the Architecture Academy resides, where they've preserved the large original key space. And I was very disappointed that there were parts of the quay that were actually constructed with the steel from Navy ships, but that was just removed because they didn't see the value in it. So that's all gone. This cafeteria, that's the architecture school's cafeteria. And the thing is that was also the cafeteria for the dockyard workers in the 1960s. So that's a good example of reuse. That's the same building you see there. You get these. You see how you got the large space, these large buildings facing the sea, facing the quay, where you keep the storage for the ships, but then you'd have the smaller buildings and sheds on the central parts of these man-made islands. And now, as I said, Nyholm is for sale, or it was going to be for sale. The state was going to sell it off, and there's been an architecture project about how it could be developed, and I don't know very much about the project other than what it says here, that 64 architecture students have been giving some ideas as part of their education, and maybe it could be an idea to get in touch with the Architecture Academy as a part of this project. But then, you know, things are we're returning to an old situation with whatever Russia is doing in Ukraine, and so that sort of sets a new agenda. And part of this area, Nyholm, might not be accessible in the future, because if the military moves back in and there's a renewed focus on security, then we might not be able to access the museum ships might have to move. The rigging shares and masting crane might not be accessible to guided tours and that type of thing. So we don't know what will really become of it. But that was just a very brief overview of the old naval dockyards in Copenhagen, and what has become of it, and what is the potential. And I hope you could find some inspiration there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's fascinating. Shall we? Sure. How long shall we?
We can take 15 minutes, and then we can go to the program.
Selling to whom?
Sorry?
Selling to whom? Like national interest, like, or
It
private?
would probably have been a mix. Most likely, the rigging shares would probably not have been something a private owner would buy or could use. So that would probably have been given or sold to perhaps the National Museum or something like that.
Since before it was the state that was owner and has tenants.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, but the rest of it would probably have ended up on private hands.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. It's very interesting. I have a question. What's the experience of interaction between the military authorities and the heritage authorities in this case? How it was like supervised and how it is supervised now?
Yeah. as I saw it, there was not much cooperation. I mean, the state really wanted just to generate a profit, and these were areas very centrally placed in Copenhagen. They wanted to sell it off to the highest bidder, and so I think the heritage was to a large extent compromised. Yes, they are protected, but only from the outside. So whatever went on inside these buildings, not much was preserved. So that was really a shame. Yeah.
Yeah, and previously, what I mean is that, like for decades, when the military authorities just supervised that, was it somehow also controlled by the heritage authorities? Just because this is clearly a national heritage.
Yeah, that, like the railing shed, the masting frame, for instance, is one of the first protected monuments in Denmark. So it was early on identified as a place of national importance. But it wasn't heritage officials didn't have much of a say about what went on in the area when it was owned by.
So they just had no access.
Yeah, well, it was limited, I'd say. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
One thing is the size. I mean, what the area we were talking about? What was? Maybe I.
Oh yeah, well maybe that's I didn't say. I'd have to. It's
huge.
It's fine. It's 5 islands. Most of the photos you just saw, I took last weekend, just taking a stroll through the area, and if you walk from one end to the other end, that'll take you a good half hour.
Is it a single site? I think that's sort of a similar question. Who protects it, or who makes decisions, or doesn't make decisions about what happens, and is that the same across the whole area?
Yeah, well, there is only one agency for monuments and protected buildings in Denmark under the culture Ministry of Culture. So they are the guys who are nominally at least in charge, but they don't wield much of an influence on a daily basis.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's under the municipality of Copenhagen. So they're the ones who sort of, for instance, they've had to do a lot of improvement of paving and regulation of traffic, especially because all the traffic generated by the opera house.
Okay.
And so that's a municipal task.
Right.
Is there any book already written on the transformation of this area? I mean, what is striking, looking from the Danish point of view, how much happened, in this relative, if I understand correctly, it was 1990.
Yeah.
I mean, we started discussing in 1980, when the Biennale architecture really started to use the Arsenal, and then they're still talking, and we are not even talking. So what is shocking to me is how much can be done, and that was also with Portsmouth or Chatham, and that will be really interesting to reconstruct.
Yeah. Well, there are a couple of books in Danish that have sort of more going through it as sort of as a more descriptive, like what were these buildings and who worked in them, and not so much going in depth with the process of how it transformed. So that book is not written, has not been written.
You're right.
Spiral that you showed earlier slide. It sounds like what you're saying is there's some work on historical periods, but nothing on transitional concepts and in implemented outcomes. So that's good news. It's something of a focus.
Yeah, I think it is a very good a case study to sort of both in good and bad ways to compare with the other cases we have.
And another thing I think is a good opportunity is this business between the external and the internal. I think I've not thought about that much before, but if there's some sort of policy specifically protecting outside and ignoring inside, or if the opposite is true, there's no policy, so insides were just ruined.
Exactly. So you've got the large magazine building where they have these very expensive 300 square meters apartments. They basically carved the building up in big slices, and that's totally understandable because people want one space when they live. But at the very top there was a rope walk, and that went horizontally. So that was just cut off.
Chopped up.
And so
Is it not like in Sweden, for example, that there are like those that are like regulated by the law is like in case a building is of national interest, then it's like the highest protection when possible for a building, and in the national interest for that building, you put like what has to be preserved, because in Karlskrona as well, we have some of those that has put enough a national interest just for the external. And then it means that like in 90 Sherva, for example, all the internal just went away. So it's kind of low regulation, I think, is because for me it was quite new when I moved to Sweden to discover that there are like certain like statements that the national board decide for specific buildings, and then there is like the law for like Beliati. That is for like cultural interests.
but
there is municipality and regions that talk about that.
There was one case, the gunboat ships, one of the sections with the 5 attached ships was put under a extra protection, you can say. So there is this council, the særlige bygningssyn. They can go in and say that you need to go an extra mile with this one. This needs to be protected so you can understand why the other buildings look like this, and ideally used for boats. And this was extremely frustrating because the model of ownership that just took the entire business case out of owning that building. So who will then have it? But now it's become the place where all the kayak owners in the area, kayak clubs and canoe clubs and so on, where they have their boats on land. So it landed in a good place, but only after quite a fight.
That's interesting. So the adaptations can retain some narrative.
Yes, but that was an exceptional case.
Yeah. And it undermines the economic model for redevelopment.
Yeah.
So there can't be too much of it, in other words. Otherwise, it wouldn't.
And the state doesn't. I mean, one institution that you found was extremely absent in this is the Royal Danish Naval Museum. It could have been a logical place to place a naval museum, but there was and the Naval Museum had a large an okay large, not as large as Karlskrona, collection of boats. They might well have been put on exhibit there. But there was no way that people would give up such attractive square meters to the Ministry of Culture and the Naval Museum.
There was a discussion on that.
Yeah, well, they hardly. They just laughed. I did suggest it.
Well, and if I may,
Yeah.
sorry, if I may ask, you mentioned that those museum ships, they are like privately owned. So how it works, I mean, someone just bought the submarine and now it is the purpose of him, or this is a cultural capital or symbolic capital.
Yeah, well, the frigate was weird history. The last admiral who had himself had command of the ship in his career, he bought it for 1 kroner as scrap. And then everything had been taken out of it, and then he spent the last years of his life putting everything back in the ship and opening it up as a museum ship. And that was totally on a private basis, but with an old boys network among the naval officers, which probably made it possible. But it is now a privately sort of a trust that holds it. And they then, because the 2 other ships, the submarine and the fast attack craft, aren't actually private. They're actually owned by the National Museum, but they really want to get rid of them because it's expensive to have old ships. So that they've now found out the opening and the guided tours to the private to the trust that runs the frigate. The Danish state doesn't really do culture. It's not they'd rather not. So.
So earlier when you
and the Navy does not.
Oh no, the Navy. No, if you suggest that, let's say, well, that's 1 kroner less for protective armor in our new frigate. That can't be.
Thank you.
So earlier you were saying that the museum is not there because people wouldn't sell it to the Ministry of Culture. Who is that? Who is the people not selling it? Is it
the government set up an institution called Freja, which is the government real estate agency. Yeah. And they
another level of
they have just one job only, and that's to sell all the land as expenses to the highest bidder.
Yeah. Okay. To themselves.
No,
that's some other.
Well, you could say that in the beginning, because even in the 1990s, just after it had been civilized, there wasn't like. You remember the 80s and even into the 90s, there wasn't so the economies were stalling a bit, so they couldn't sell them to the highest bidder. So instead, they found these government institutions that they could move out in the area. But then when the opera house came up, and the building boom of the North really took off before the financial crisis. Then there's no problem selling real estate in that area now.
So there's a different dynamic. Say, I'm thinking of Oslo, where there's a cultural center that's kind of taken over a military center, and the opera house there, or a museum that started it, led to other cultural reuses. But here it's very different and much more driven by commercial economics.
Yeah, it's people tend to think of Denmark as a classic welfare state, and of course it is in terms of social security and stuff. But it's not. You'll find it's very different in Sweden, where there's a lot more like the protected buildings are and I to my mind respected much more, and there's been a very concerted effort. Yeah, I think Sweden has how many World Heritage sites now? 15. Denmark has.
You got a new one.
Yeah, we just got one new, but
there are two that are working on.
Yeah, but we've got like 5 or something,
Yeah.
and not because.
Yeah, Italy had. You know, Finland stopped to nominate World Heritage. Italy just continued.
Yeah, but in Denmark it was respected. No, we can't nominate anymore because that will take something from Pakistan. And that was basically the
in Sweden as well. They stopped.
But
we're fighting with the Chinese, you know.
Yeah, I think they are kind of fighting between Italy and Sweden.
I'm saying it's fascinating. I mean, the complexity, the size, and the variety, the speed, and the internal variety. It's really fascinating. I don't know how one can write a chapter on that, but that's your performance.
You said 10,000 words, right?
You certainly see your opening point about comparing with other sites that have their same historical origin in military competition, and then looking at how very differently things have evolved and been adapted. Because it points to this the causality of adaptive use in the administrative context. There's just such a different set of policies, laws, and attitudes in, say, Sweden, even than in Denmark. And that's fascinating because it means we're really focusing on the organizational history, not the organizational history.
Yeah, because the administrative and legal framework will vary from country to country.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we've got sort of a something which is sort of hegemonist, like they're all naval bases and they all have all slipways and building yards, but the framework for that allows it to sort of transition into something new varies vastly.
And also something that we didn't think of, it's in terms of how the transformation can or cannot imply the difference in ownership. You know, if you think of Venice, which there will now 70% is the municipality and 20 is the rest. The 30 is the real estate for municipal purpose. So it's not the navy itself. But in a sense, nothing has been. I mean, the whole debate on the uses was not involved in selling or changing the ownership. It's still a common good in a way. And then there are kind of private rights of users and quite monopolistic, like the Biennale, but it's not a question of owning. So that's another very complicated issue.
Yeah. So it's fascinating.
Yeah, right. So was really. Perhaps we should go to the coffee break. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Any question or comment by the Zoom people? Please let us know. So basically, we can try to have a quarter of an hour for the coffee break, 20 minutes perhaps. Yeah. And
being asked to chair this next session for those of you on Zoom, welcome back. We're now going to have our next presentation from David Geletti and the University of Padua, and he will be talking about another site and with new insights that are both consistent and expanding on what we've heard about from Copenhagen. So, David, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. First of all, there is a little mistake here. My colleague Philippe Courchas is not an invented scholar, but is Professor Emerit at the University of Brest. So there is, and I apologize myself, and we all apologize for this mistake. I will half an hour.
Half an hour and half an hour
discussion. So I will present this history of the shipyard of Brest and its transformation. But first of all, I want to stress that I had a big challenge in relation to the previous presentation because the arsenal of shipyard of Brest, as a matter of fact, does not exist anymore as the classic shipyard of Brest of whom we will talk about nowadays. So Brest, as you might know, has been totally destroyed during the Second World War, then continued and it continues to build as an arsenal, but of a very modern one. So so we will talk about and relate history that belongs to the past, and namely in most of what is my part, because I didn't study, as a matter of fact, current evolution of the arsenal of Brest and the city of Brest, which it appears to me what I've seen very interesting, but I didn't study much. So we'll.
Is it possible to minimize the participants?
The video was not working for some reason.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's not touched. Fine.
Interesting. Where is it? Is it running from this computer?
Thinking about Brest as, in my opinion and understanding, as a very arsenal, there is a very important aspect, and this is geography. Why did we create an arsenal in a point and not in another? In Venice, of course, we have arsenal history and heritage. The arsenal is born in a very specific place for historical reasons, but it was never moved from that place. No one had the idea to move the arsenal in other places near the sea, for example. But they had this kind of projects at the end of the 19th century, but they did not realize for very specific geographic reasons. So, and the history of the arsenal of Brest is a little bit the same. In Brest, there was no arsenal until, as a matter of fact, until the 17th century. They had the idea to build their powerful, which had been the biggest arsenal of the northern Atlantic coast, has been so, because of geographic aspects. And you can see here in these two maps the geographic aspects. So,
Point it this way. Point it this way.
Yes, I wanted to highlight. In any case,
you might stand up and use your arm.
Yes.
There's a laser.
Yeah.
One, two.
No, Brest is here, and it's very clear that it is a very convenient position to defend from the attack coming from the west, from England, to defend the coast, and also a very convenient position to receive supplies from the sea. So these two aspects are extremely important. There is a third aspect that is, you see in this map here, and it's a very close position because the city and the arsenal is here, and you see quite well that penetrating, even bomb this arsenal from the sea is extremely difficult in all these places right there. So, notwithstanding the fact that the English tried many times to bomb the arsenal, in fact, they never succeeded, not even during the Napoleonic Wars when the French Navy was in difficulties. And here you have a little bit the same idea. You have here Brest harbors, and here you have the arsenal, and here you have the city. So here you have the arsenal buildings, here, for example, here goes one here, and around the city. These maps are extremely interesting, in my opinion, because it points out another aspect of Brest, the characteristic of Brest. You have the arsenal, not only you have the arsenal within the city, but you have the arsenal in the middle of the city. And the third point, the arsenal is somehow scattered into the Europe. And this is why you have, and you see it quite well here, those are the walls, the fortifications that have been built in the 7th and then in the 18th century, and they protect the arsenal, but they protect our city. So you have a very big union of these two aspects. Yes, so a little bit the origins and development of the arsenal, but the very first origins are quite old, 15th and early 16th century. But as the most significant development of the arsenal and the city is the 17th century. And this was due to geographical factors, as we have seen. On the one side is a very convenient place, on the other side, or on the Richelieu, they wanted to create an important military harbor in the northern part of the Atlantic coast to balance the harbor already existing in the southern part of the Atlantic coast that was under the influence of the Protestants, the Huguenots. And this was also an aspect, but then you had economic factors. This is also quite interesting and important. When we study arsenals, maybe somehow we tend to study the arsenal as factory, as a complex of buildings, but the arsenal is something that has to be deeply connected with other places for its supplies. So an arsenal is a very important consumers of strategic supplies as wood, and iron. So where France, but even Venice, even much more Venice, where France needed somehow to import these supplies, and the French Navy heavily bought wood and hemp, for example, from the Baltic and even farther, and from the Russian Empire. But this needed to be bought, and the place of the arsenal was convenient to this on the one side. On the other side, it was exposed to British attacks. And in this sense, Bretagne, as a region, was a convenient place because it was capable of balancing imports with and through local productions, mainly of textiles, but to some extent also of wood. And this is one of the reasons. As a matter of fact, building there an arsenal at that time, then problems were solved further on, and we will see why, but it was a compromise. You had good sides, and we have already talked about the good sides, so it was protected. It could be linked to suppliers of raw material, but it was also backed eventually by domestic production. And this is the good side. And the very important bad side is that it was extremely difficult because of the environment and because of the wind. It was very difficult to let ships go out of the arsenal when you had strong wind coming from west. Mm-hmm. This was difficult because of the wind. This was difficult because it's a dangerous place to navigate. Mm-hmm. And this was a problem, and led to a lot of casualties incidents. Namely for this. It was not a problem, just a problem of letting the fleet going out of the arsenal. It was a problem also in maneuvering the ships inside the arsenals. We are talking, of course, about sailing ships, and I say because this problem was completely solved when we passed from the sail ship to
motorized.
Yes, the motorized. So you have this kind of environmental constraints, and then you see in this, I put this picture because it's also very interesting. You see that even building the ships in this very narrow place, building big ships, they did it, but it was constraining, and you see it very well in this picture. So you had good and bad sides. As a matter of fact, the arsenal was compromised. I put this example of operational constraints, and as I drew it from documents of the French archives of the Navy, and they had a comparison between different ports, and it emerged that building ships in Brest was much more costly than building in other places, for example, in Toulon. Why? Because you had bad weather, you had strong winds, and you had a lot of days when you could not effectively operate, and you had days when you could not just transport materials, and so that was it needed much more labor and much more hours. So this is another example of the context. Brest in the Jugend context. Brest, as I have said, was built in a place where you had already existing docks, but not to the extent of an arsenal, and within the city. You see it very well in those pictures. So when they built the arsenal, they had to take into account this. Because they couldn't build a unified arsenal, as I think we have seen in Copenhagen, as it was in Venice. Venice is the clearest example, or in Rochefort. They had to build an arsenal within and using existing buildings and infrastructures. This is the first point. They had to build the arsenal in the city, and they had to build the arsenal in the true river of the Penfeld, which is this here. This was also constraints because they had to communicate between those two parts of the city. So that was that explains the structures of the 18th century arsenal that we will see. There is another point that the arsenal and the sea were extremely linked. So the expansion of the arsenal led to the expansion of the city. That expanded, well, in the Ocean regime, it expanded all around here, but then you don't see here in this picture, this is the early 18th century, then it expanded even farther on, outside the walls. But the expansion of the city was determined by the expansion of the arsenal. So that these two, city and arsenals, were very much linked. For what concerns the phases, you have two. There is a third phase, but in fact, which is after during the 19th century, and then another one after the Second World War. But if we talk about Ancien Regime, you have two main phases. The first one is the converting one, when we had the construction of the first modern arsenal, and then during all through the 18th century. When during the 18th century we had an important expansion of the French Navy, especially during the 7-Year Wars and then during the American Wars of independence. And at that time, Brest became the main French naval base, both as a naval base, both for the construction and maintenance of the ships. And here you have some aspects. During in the 18th century, the arsenal had, in fact, its classic construction. You had the high rope, the high rope factory, the main bastion, the bassin de Pont-Aignan, the guardhouse and fortification, foundries, the prison, the bagne, and residential building. And we will see once again this picture, and you see very well that all these buildings were created, and you see that were created all on the two rivers. And as I said, the arsenal was scattered in the city and around the arsenal. And here you have another picture with the main infrastructures of the classic arsenal. So coming from here you have the two road factories. Here you have the bagnes, so the prisons. So the bagnards, prisoners were prisoners that were used either in the galleys in Mediterranean or for the French Navy. Either here they worked in the arsenals of workers. So this remained in the 19th century. Then you had L'Hôpital de la Marine, so hospital that also remained, and then stopped, and manufacturers here. And here you had the docks where and as here, the docks where the ships were actually built and maintained.
Sorry, is north at the not at the top of the?
Well, no, the north.
Where's north in that?
Well, north is here.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to.
West,
Yeah.
east, and this is
Trying to.
This is why getting out of the arsenal was a very tricky job when you had wind from west, because it was extremely difficult. And here you have pictures of this, I think, in century arsenal, which was very beautiful, as a matter of fact. And you had production centers, as I said, rope making, sail making, l'atelier de garniture, that were in the two, and just here in the two parts of this pension. So here you have 19th century picture of armament and military vessels that were around this bassin Tournevis, which was used and was 70 meters long. Then it was added another basins in 1983, and they had 4 of them. Then you had manufacturers places that we gave. So we will see that this has been lit with this building here, and here you see the 2 rope factories. This is 19th century, and here you have this atelier, and here you had other places for stocking, and here the sail manufacturer, and here you see the prison, this works. And this is one of the only, if not only place that has been preserved and has been renovated and transformed. We will see some pictures into a cultural center. But this is one very singular exception. Here you have 2 reconstructions of the Atelier de la Garniture. I just put it, those are reconstructions, just to put it to show you the style, how it had been built. The rope factory, they had 2 rope factories, a low rope factory that was the first one that was built under François Ier, and the second one in the late 17th century that was a very big one, was bigger than, or like that, it was I don't remember bigger, but it was bigger than that of Venice. And here you can have some pictures of this cautery. And here you see this is the first one, and this is second one. This is 18th century or 19th century. Oh, here it was slightly shorter, but that was 4, but longer than that of Venice. And here, once again, the cautery and the bag for something. Yeah, here you have some pictures of the bank. The bank was very important. It was built also as all the time a modern building, as it was an imposing body dormitories, but it was also some kind of equipment as toilets with drainage pipes and running water, which was for the 18th century something quite modern, and it doesn't exist anymore. It was so badly damaged that it had to be destroyed in 47. Here you have some pictures of the bank, and again the rest. This is the bank, the rest. Of course, all this history belongs to some extent to the past. And this is one of the last photographs that was taken by the Ally in 43. This is one of the last pictures when still you see the infrastructures of here, and so here you have the docks, and here you have the Atelier de Capucine, which was still existing. Atelier de Capucine. This is the Cordery road factory, so that Atelier de Capucine is here. And then this is photographs in 44, and you see that the arsenal and the cities, or they didn't exist anymore. In fact, so because the Germans had built a submarine base in Brest. Well, they had used an existing submarine base. They had fortified it, and they had built it. And as they couldn't, even after the invasion of Normandy, they couldn't bring the city. They bombed it. So
the Germans bombed it themselves?
No, the Americans and the British. Yes. No, the Germans, they were trying to resist inside.
Yeah. Okay.
So the hospital is another example of something that still exists, but it was rebuilt, and it was not the hospital built by the Italian regime. It had many they had a fire at the end of the 18th century, then it was rebuilt, and then it was this is photographs of the rebuilt hospitals. This is early 20th century, and then it was destroyed during a war and rebuilt in this way. It still exists. So the destruction of the old city, we have already seen it. This is another photograph of bombings, so it doesn't exist. Nothing of what you see here still exists anymore. So there is 5 minutes. So the last 5 minutes, we will see this is the modern arsenal. But all this has been in fact, it's modern. This is photographs of nowadays arsenal is still used to some extent, still used by the Navy. So there is one building that has been preserved and still exists, and this is this Atelier de Capucine. You see in these photographs. This is a modern photographs, and here you have some docks that have been reconstructed. This is, and here is, this is the area, the green area of the Atelier de Capucine, and those green parts that are marked here are that still some buildings that still exist of the old city. And in red, you see what these are the city walls, and here you have, for example, the garderies. Here you have the bank, and here you have those ateliers. This has been destroyed and has never been reconstructed before. So we have this project of the Atelier de Capucine, which is here. Just to understand, here you had before you had the wine and rope factories, and you have this atelier de cuisine that's been, but maybe above this, Thierry, he will say something more because this is more his subject, his part of the presentation. And here you have photographs of the reconstruction. There is something quite interesting that this téléphérique, which is a way for, and also this bridge with the tramway, which is quite a way of joining the two parts of the city and make them interacting somehow. And here you have photographs of inside. Well, you see that some kind of industrial structure has been preserved. You can see it in the industrial past of this building, and this téléphérique, which is a way of linking, other way of linking the two parts of the city. Because they have nowadays, but I repeat, maybe Thierry can say something more about it. Nowadays, they have been as a social transformation that made them to difference. And this is here another project, which is a project of development of the whole Bassin de la Penchelle, which is trying to, this is very clear from this map, that the idea is to make the different parts of the city, eventually that has nothing specifically to do with the arsenal, but in any case to make them interact much more and interact wider with the whole, let's say, area that is, or now it's the urbanized area that is around this place. I would stop here, and maybe for this last year you have some description of this project, so I will stop here, and maybe if Pierrick is still here, can hear us, he might explain something more about this last part, so the current part of the transformation of the city.
Contributing for the opportunity to rebuild the new city. No, actually, so it's the reason why we work a lot about the capital to create a cultural areas and to develop all these areas. And we saw some buildings, and there is a building for researchers from the university. There is a lot of place. There is a big movie theater, and they try to change this part of the city. Mm-hmm. And in the future, the military, there is new places, new areas that will be free, that the military wants to. You understand with the presentation of Derry that it's not a nice place for an arsenal now. It's and the French Navy decide to go in part of the universal part of the hardest part. And for example, you have an island called Lilo, where the French nuclear submarine are based. And it's not only from bread. And every morning you have to think that leaf from and close with the IPO, with the worker. And then I've been living not far away from place. I have three boats full of workers that every morning go to this island. And this island is really, because of nuclear submarine, you cannot go. It's really falling them and not stay around. And so there is still a lot of contact between there was somebody at the meeting. But it's, the now, you incorporate the short part of bread.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting and thank you for connecting.
Yeah.
On a résolu le problème avec le téléphone.
Flexibility.
Yeah. Yes.
Bien, Thierry. Merci.
There is a lot of people who are a problem with that computer.
So can I ask you, that's it. The last part is very interesting in contrast with what's happening in both your cases, in Swedish and Copenhagen cases. So the military are expected, the Navy are expected to leave. So is there already any kind of debate on reuses or what is left, which is of course of a minor historical significance because almost everything was destroyed. So the Brest case is incredibly, any case is unique, but it is very interesting. Is there anything else what will be done? What is the channel for protecting? I don't know if you can hear me, Pierre.
You know, for example, if you look at the camera, there is some news on picture. They try to include the building from a lot of techniques, so they try to keep some listing, some of these parts of the city. So they were trying to keep the memory because it's very important. Because Brest is it's the city of the Astana. And so the idea when they will continue to transform the Astana, the idea is to preserve some genes of the past. And it's a debate that you don't show the picture of the old prison. Because there is a
For the old prisons, yes. I can show the picture.
yeah.
Are we saying more will be restored?
Emblematic building of the city also. So they try to transform this building, and I think it's not easy. Have you looked at it?
Yes. No.
The screen is connected to that.
Yes.
And in the actual,
Here.
did they want to leave the afternoon and doing just close to that, they're doing around 28 now.
So those are, I just show from my computer because we have different connections, but those are the prison, the company, which is not the bank, which is, sure.
Is the news or?
No. That's it. This is.
That's all that's left.
It's yes. Those are. See, it's which century this the prison the
I think it's the
19th century.
Yeah, but it's really awful. But there was a story, I don't know, 40 years ago, but all the population of this area, they make a movement and they want to preserve this building. So there is a project to change this building. And this building is just close to the campus. So it anticipates you to meet the future of this area.
Interesting because this all what you can, with few couple of exceptions, the Capuchin and the prison. You talk about the tangible heritage in intangible way because it's the image, is the memory of the tangible. It's fascinating from this point of view. But and then I was just wondering in terms of the intangible, or what I call intangible as a management scholar. I mean, what do we? Is there any more direct studies by business historians, economic historians, accounting historians? I mean, all in all, they were producing ships. So in terms of technologies, in terms of organization of labors, all this kind of stuff. Given that the war are gone, I mean, you could focus in a sense also on more kind of archival kind of stuff in terms of what they were doing. So in representing what is no more there, you can simply represent images of the walls, but we could also try to give an account of what was happening within the walls that are no more there.
Of course, there is, for example, Jean Peter, very interesting study. There was an monography on breast, and this is just one that came in mind now because maybe it's the most complete work on the history of breast and of the production of ships. But this is Ancien Regime.
Okay.
I don't know if there's more recent studies on recent periods. There's, I don't know if Gilly can add something, but as far as I know, after the Second World War, but probably even before, it was not more a very important production centers for the Navy, right? Saint-Nazaire, Chantier de la Patine. Sure.
We need the center for break, but the Navy is still there. But they have built new polders just at the end of the 3 kilometers of the center, and they're still working on ships to repair ships. And there is now new industry about what you call you put in the thing to make electricity. I don't know the name easy. It's a kind of windmill, but in the current.
Yeah,
Wave turbine.
Yeah.
Very active city, but the whole arsenal will leave totally the center of breath. And there is only one thing. The city has been totally destroyed during the war, except the castle, the oldest part of the city. And now in this castle, you have the Emirates, and you have the museum. Did you go to the and the doesn't go to it because
I was thinking because it's quite interesting. Maybe it's because in
in Karlskrona, we always think about the balance between the civilian part and the Navy part, since it's an ongoing presence. And I think what is interesting from an intangible cultural perspective is, okay, maybe the Navy and Navy production is not there, but somehow the historical background also of people living there was influenced of that one. And it could be really interesting to understand, okay, is it that taken into account, for example, when people plan new part of the city? Because I think it's quite interesting, for example, that was the population that stopped the demolition of Prison de Fontenay. Because it seems that probably the population thought it was kind of retained of their identity. And definitely it's quite interesting because I mean, Navy is not there at the same level, but sometimes, I mean, the identity is still there.
Yeah. Strong.
Historical links and something like that also.
I have a question about prison. Did the presence of a prison and the prisoners in it ever serve as a workforce for the arsenal itself, or was it just a source of labor for the galleys? Do you know? Does anyone know?
Yes, they worked in the arsenals. The Bagnara.
Yeah, I wonder how many other arsenals had a labor force right there, of a similar sort.
There's a war.
Yeah.
There's no war.
Now this is
In Karlskrona, there were prisoners in the building.
Okay.
but it's very different from country to country.
Right.
In the British Royal Navy never used convicts. The Danes did in some very little extent, and the Swedes only a few incidences with convicts, like war prisoners of war. Russia, surprise,
Right.
they used it a lot.
Yeah.
That's a new chapter in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good. Do you have other questions for me? Because our connections is now stable.
I think we should release one. Thank you.
Once again.
Yeah.
Yes, I was Oui, Philippe, la connexion continue de tomber. Donc, oui, on entend, mais ça continue à tomber le lien, le téléphone. Et
Merci. Chiediamo.
The population in bread. When you're eating bread, if you live on the left side, you say I'm on bread. But if you live on the left side, you don't say I'm living in bread. You say I'm living in beaucoup more. That means you're living the good place. I'm a worker, and in the good time I don't eat bread just in burden. So my colleague, he was living on the left side, and he said to me, I've been to work only when I was 12 years old.
2000. Yeah. Wow.
so there is a decision.
It's interesting. Well,
Thank you.
interesting, very interesting note to end on.
Merci, Philippe. Bonne journée.
You're impressed.
Yeah.
Yes, there is. Yes, the question of the Bagnara, it was an institution, it remained so until the First World War. And prisoners were obliged to work. So the very beginning in Ancien Regime time, and as long as they existed, parts of them was used for the galleys, but other were used for the arsenal. Even in Rochefort had a ban. they were used for industrial work. They were used for any kind of heavy work that was so labor intensive.
Yeah.
It was not an exception, is what I wanted to say.
Right, yeah.
I was thinking I'm thinking also on Venice. I mean, whether we know much more on the ancient regime or the ancient time than on after the Iron Revolution. I mean, the organization of labor. Sorry to insist on that. I mean, I'm wondering. I mean, even for Venice, that would be not that easy to study because it's constantly it's taking place with the new situation where the Royal Navy came and then the kind of recombining different national sites, and these all things are kept in our kind of Navy in Rome, and I'm not particularly sure that the understanding that the organization of it will be so easy. So I'm looking at it as an example of modernization or that will be incredibly interesting also in terms of comparison in terms of transition of technologies or even only managerial solutions. It's really I don't know. I have to keep it because it's sometimes a lot of people of the conference. So
then there is another point that Pierrick said that maybe it was not so clear. With the modernization of the construction, not the maintenance, we have, at least in France, two different aspects for ship building for the military use. So one is building and one is maintenance. So Brest became and remained a very important military base until very recent time, until the 70s, and then they started to change, but not that much because they built this important military base in I don't remember the name, which is not far away from Brest. It's maybe 1 hour in ships. And this became the submarine base, and then enlarged. Now it's a very important base. In any case, in Brest, they kept maintaining some ships, but the building itself, already after the First World War, was not possible because it's too small. So the main city for building ships on the Atlantic coast became Saint-Nazaire, still Saint-Nazaire. But in Saint-Nazaire, you don't have the military presence itself, because it's just building.
It's quite interesting because, for example, one of the reasons why probably in Castluna we have still the boat building activities is that because it's close to the military coast, because we produce submarines and they need constant surveillance of the military. So those it's kind of.
But I mean, Saint-Nazaire is military facilities or not?
No,
so it's really like here. It's the Fincantieri. Yeah, so it's really outsourcing to the. I mean, it's the end of the
Chantier de l'Atlantique, which is, I think, one of the most biggest shipbuilder in
private civil.
It's
civilian.
It's partially private and partially public,
but not military. That's another very.
It's not military. But the only thing is that we produce a subconcom that is private. They produce submarines, and they have a really high level of secret.
Yes, security.
Thanks. So they try to be together with the military. So it's quite interesting actually that in other states they have divided and have.
No, it's difficult to make this difference because Chantier de Saint-Nazaire has participation from Fincantieri.
But that's really, if you think of the Venice, I'm thinking of the Venice Arsenal as an example of the early construction of a permanent production.
Yeah.
It's really internalizing, it's just putting together what was done in ventures. And then this is really the end of the era. I mean, it's just disappearing as a military. I mean, perhaps economies of scales technologies are so challenging that Fincantieri or other civilian, I would say, we can use this term in English. So the market, in a sense, or the private, or the non-military producer taking place, which is really interesting in the long run.
Yeah. I'm just saying because the company sub Kockums in Karlskrona, they manufacture what the Swedish Armed Forces order from them. And then they can also take orders from Singapore, for example, and other countries that rebuild older versions of Swedish submarines and so on. But there's a very intricate relationship between the government and this company that it's difficult to see them as a independent company in another.
But in any case, they are getting out of our focus in a sense.
Yeah.
So now opportunity should there.
Situational structure and the sort of ties between the civilian and the military, it becomes very blurred.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, after when the armed forces or the Navy started to, as I understand it, reduce their operations in that, what came after? What kind of industries or businesses or people do now?
It's namely what somehow said. Last and is living a very deep crisis, which is both economic and social. Of course, now it's a tourism because it's a very beautiful place, and here just this is for sure tourist facilities. So you have this, but and he said it was not so clear, but he said yes, we have this manufacturing that has been disappearing. It was not just the fact of the Second World War, of course it was, but it was a process that started even before, but nothing came to substitute shipbuilding. And this is still so. But you have planned this, for example, Buffet de 2050. This is a very wide-ranging plan of making the city and the whole region of it live again. But at the moment, I think that the main source of new income is still linked with tourism and still with the military presence, because you have a lot of military, in fact, in the military. There is the University of Leicester. But it's small university, it's not.
No, very relatable to me.
I don't think that it might have an economic impact. Or
it's interesting looking at Google for you can see
peut-être maintenant. Allô? Oui.
It's a university of Brest. It's specialized on ocean running, all around the sea. And there is the head of e-commerce, which is the institution who take care of all the things concerning the sea.
So, but the point is this university having an economic impact on the city?
Yes, because in commerce, they work together. So at the same place, the university, you have in commerce, you have a lot of the company working.
So this might be.
And they're in the center of Brest. It's, I don't know, it's 15 kilometers of forest close to the entrance of the park.
Of the what? Of the harbor. Prince. So it is outside.
Lot of exchange between the company and the university there.
So which new activities, because maybe I misunderstood what you said, which new activities have been substituting, which was the question a little bit, have been substituting naval manufacturing from
There is a lot of activity concerning the sea. You know, the ocean, the sea.
and
The university has a lot of contact with the manufacturing. You know, for example, the building of the machines or the making anything. That's it. They were and always in this place called Cousinet, and there is a park of activity with it from there, the university, the lot of companies.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that there is a common factor in the sea creating attract economic opportunities for redevelopment. That were the heritage not there, there would not be the same potential for economic or other social improvement. And that's significant. That's the sort of thing we're trying to identify and understand. However, we have now run out of time, and just by way of conclusion, I want to direct everyone's eyes to Google Earth, where you can see Brest from the air. Everything except the arsenal is clear, but the arsenal area has been blurred out. So the presence of the Navy is still very strong, even from the air. Thank you so much, David and Jerry, for presenting this and overcoming all the technological obstacles. Fascinating. And we thank you both. Merci.
It's okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Well, let's start with an observation. Arsenals are complex structures and take up a lot of space in a port city. Part of this space are on land, with construction yards, warehouse, access roads, defensive walls, and part in water, moorings, piers, docks. It can be said that the arsenal, just look at one in Venice, is part of the city. Some port cities are lucky. They have large space and can extend it easily. So the arsenal grows and does not conflict with the urban part. Our city, I always think about Venice or our port of Genoa, are less fortunate. In the second case, every space must be gained from the sea, the coast, or the mountain, so the needs of the arsenal conflict with the city and the governors, doge, minister, admirals, etc., to maintain the balance between the needs of the city and the port, and the defensive and military needs of the arsenal. As we have seen, the arsenal of Genoa was born on the seashore in the 12th century, outside the city. But within 2 centuries, the city also grew around the arsenal. In the following centuries, the arsenal of Genoa maintained its main purposes to build, repair, and maintain the galleys of the Republic, and host the permanent crews. What do we mean by permanent crew? They are forced horsemen. These are the people condemned to war, serving a criminal sentence in the galley, and the slaves, prisoner of war, usually Barbary or Turkish, captured in combat or in raids. Together with them, there is the staff of the arsenal, the agozzili, the guardians, and the specialists, shipwright, artillerymen, gunsmith, logistic workers. I would like to underline this aspect. The arsenal of Genoa, in its history, has a long phase which goes from the beginning of the 16th century to the end of the 18th century, in which it is not just a place of work, a factory, but is the seat of a particular community, composite which interacts with the city in different ways. If the forced horsemen remain chained in the arsenal enclosure or move around heavily escorted, the slaves, especially during the winter, enjoy a certain freedom, perfectly recognizable by their appearance, hair, and clothes. They work, sell, and sometimes build families with the poorest women in the city, servants, prostitutes, beggars, etc. It is not a coincidence that in the arsenal, this is a map of the complex of arsenal, there is a mosque. And the Muslim community elects an imam from among its members, who the arsenalists will call Papasso, the chief of the Muslim, the imam. The needs change over time. With the modern age galleys, even if they continued to be built and used until the first half of the 19th century, required greater supplies, equipment, weapons, ammunition, and stocks. But the arsenal, now surrounded by the city, can no longer grow in size. Therefore, and this is a second aspect that I underline, and it is different from many of the other European arsenals, it grows in height. The occupied surface area remains the same. The volume of the complex grows. The arsenal of the Republic of Genoa was occupied by the French in Napoleonic age. Then, with the Congress of Vienna, it was occupied by the Savoy Navy, known as the Sardinian Navy, and with the unification of Italy, the Royal Italian Navy, called Regia Marina. After the unification, it became clear that the teeny Genoese arsenal was insufficient, and therefore it was decided the displacement to La Spezia. This is the last image of the arsenal during the middle of the 19th century.
La Spezia is a case, one of the two case studies we discussed
the first working name. The area remains free from military uses. The area of the arsenal ends, but does not end for its buildings, warehouse, and open surface area. Genoa, the largest Italian port, grew in the second half of the 19th century and was hungry for port space. The ships are larger, the volume of goods increases exponentially, and this is how the area undergoes its first major restructuring. The municipality of Genoa looks to London model of West India docks built in those years and converts the space of the old arsenal in new warehouse dock. Sometimes demolishing, but that's rare, much more often by building and transforming. These are the different quartieri, part different of the arsenal at the end of the 19th century. Thus begins a long period that has been defined by your research, the transitional stage, which reaches up the threshold of the year 2000. In this period, some elements were unfortunately demolished, and the loss was serious because structures from the older arsenal remain inside the warehouse transformed in the 19th century, but due to a lack of projects and investments, a large part was preserved. In particular, this is the Quartiere Galata, which in the Arsenal Docks complex occupied a central role. Transformed several times over the centuries, it preserved and still preserves elements of various interventions, from the construction steps of the 16th century to the floors added in 18th century to the external appearance remodeled in 19th century. And this is an image of Galata, Quartiere Galata at the end of 19th. In particular, at the end of the 19th, the port of Genoa was in full transformation. The great project of the Genoa waterfront, called Porto Antico, designed by the architect Renzo Piano and built for the Columbians of 1992, made it possible to free and redevelop the ancient part of the port, now unsuitable for port activities. The waterfront works with the aquarium and its outdoor spaces as it attracts many tourists, and this allows the municipality of Genoa, owner the Arsenal Docks complex, to begin to imagine a refunctionalization of this space to serve the new development of the city, which from the industrial and port moves to a dimension projected on the tertiary, technological, logistical, and tourism sectors. Piece by piece, the Arsenal Dock mosaic of Genoa is composed. Firstly, it was built the Faculty of Economics of the University of Genoa. Then, other spaces are intended for residential use, and other for restaurants and service, both for tourists from the Porto Antico and for students. Other space will be used as loft to develop startups and small business initiatives. A house of music will be built with recording laboratories and an house of art, in reality, never finished. And the last, our Maritime Museum. I would like to underline this aspect in the generous case. Even in the presence of a small area, the reuse of the arsenal dock area was various: school, university, residential, productive activities, but always maintaining a public direction. But what we are going to do with the Galata, the large building in the middle of Arsenal? Cultural workers and architects led by an archaeologist and university professor, Tiziano Mannoni, persuaded the mayor of Genoa in this time, Giuseppe Berico, that the building should not be demolished, and due to its characteristics, is suitable for being a maritime museum. From our point of view as curator of the city maritime collections, we indicate that the road is possible and that between exposed, non-exhibited and available materials, Genoa owns an extraordinary maritime heritage. On the basis of these indications, the mayor decided, while contemporary art museums are being planned in many Italian cities, that the Maritime Museum has a strong identity for the city. So it allows us to talk about both the history of the city, its evolution, and the relationship with the sea and the other people. Starting from this choice, the path that will lead to the creation of the Galata Museo del Mare begins. The municipality public work directorate will launch an international competition for the design of the museum. At the same time, the cultural directorate establishes a project unit that will work both in the context and the museum and on the displays. On September 11, 2000, the architect Vasquez Consuegra won the international competition with his project. What are the elements that characterized the winning project? First of all, a concept. The arsenal is not the house of men, but it is the house of ships. The dimension, space, architectural elements are operating for this element. The Consuegra project enhances this through the reconstruction of the galley, the bridge of Brigantine, and the interior of a steamship. This will allow the creation of a non-traditional museum, not only made up of paintings and models, but highly attractive because it is characterized as a time machine capable of taking the visitor into different eras, into what we have called the reconstructions of maritime environments, enriched by the multimedia and interactive station. The message invitation to the visitor, indeed, will not be come and visit the museum, but get on board. A second element is linked to the architectural history of the building. The Quartiere Galata, this is the name in the 19th century, has passed through many eras from the 16th century to today. Every era has left its mark. We appreciated Consuegra's idea that even the contemporary era leaves its mark. In this regard, the project covered the 19th century building with a crystal scheme, also adding a large hall and a place for service and a mirador in the top of a summit terrace from which the visitor, having completed the journey, rejoins the city and the port of today. On July 2004, the Galata Museo del Mare opens to the public. Therefore, we began our 20th years of business. This introduced the topic of sustainability, referred to the guidelines. We have seen that the Arsenal Dock complex of Genoa was renovated by taking together a privatization process, residential areas, commercial establishments, office and production activities, and together areas intended for public use, the university and the museum. Among these areas, also those of free passage, we have called the Galata Open Air Museum, with installations such as cranes, platforms, railway switch, and photographic and educational panels. And let's get to our point. Is the Galata Museo del Mare sustainable? The answer is, like any museum, the Galata is only partially sustainable. What are the elements of this analysis? The positive elements consist of the attractiveness, the appeal of the museum. In these 20 years, starting from 70,000 visitors for years, we reached over 210,000 in 2010, and then dropped in recent years following the collapse of the Morandi Bridge, remember, and the COVID-19 pandemic. So this year we should exceed 100,000 visitors, with an average ticket price exceeding 11 euros or a budget over 1 million euros. This revenue is used to cover some very important costs: custody, cleaning, and the museum educational service. But it must be said, the cost of the museum technical scientific staff, the cost of the energy bill, today quite heavy, also because it is based on the energy intensive technologies of 20 years ago, and above all, restoration and maintenance are excluded. So I want to underline one more time that arsenals are elements of industrial archaeology and very, very critical characteristics. Often we are built in economy using waste materials. Therefore, they present fragility, infiltrations, detachments. It's important when planning the use of an arsenal area that this factor must be taken into great consideration. In our experience, it is a critical factor that cannot be easily eluded. In conclusion, we are very satisfied with the reuse of the Arsenal dock area of Genoa. Our Maritime Museum has allowed us to introduce an additional attractive factor, the submarine Nazario Sauro, the only one in the Mediterranean that can be visited on the water. Certainly, it can be considered as an element that enriches both the Galata Nuclear Museum and the Galata Museo del Mare. The history of the building has allowed us to add to the narrative elements of the museum other themes than strictly the naval ones, such as the theme of the migration. Genoa was one of the gates of the migration in Italy, both outgoing and incoming. So we are able to add to our museum center the Commenda di San Giovanni di Pre, outside but adjacent to our Arsenal dock enclosure, which has become last year the National Museum of Italian Immigration. Our experience leads us to believe that Arsenal complexes are a great opportunity for a port city. We must have respect for their history, their architectural and functional identity. At the same time, we must have the bravery to innovate and design different elements. Thank you very much for your attention. Fine.
And now Giovanni Carosio.
And thank you.
You need to. Allora.
Faccio prima la PowerPoint.
Vediamo che sono.
Se facciamo F5 non parte? No.
La cosa? Andare in...
Many thanks. I want only to point out in short some architectural aspect of what Campodonic has outlined. I mean briefly the evolution of what is the part of the ancient arsenal of Genoa that nowadays survives, that is the Galata district, that is the Maritime Museum now, okay? Well, I began with this painting, on canvas, that welcomes the visitors of our museum. It's the landscape of Genoa in 1481. The town stretches around its port. Since about 2 centuries before, the military arsenal had moved, because the lack of space, from its medieval location close to the old pier to the center of the Gulf, the pre-seaside, not far from the hospital of the Hospitalers of Jerusalem, where it was to remain until the fall of the Republic at the end of the 18th century. But why in this location? Because the French governor's intention was, in that time, to allow his soldiers to run quickly down the town walls from the castle on the hill that dominated the town to the port that is the town's core. That is the reason of the location of the new arsenal area. Here is the arsenal in the 15th century. The arsenal is split into 2 basins, or darsena, likely an Arab word originally meaning manufacture. the wine darsena, the galleys darsena, and the medieval arcades that gave onto the open sea. 2 towers oversee the entrance. Underwater, a huge chain prevents enemies to enter. Here is another painting of ours, Dredging Workings in the Docks by Cristoforo Grassi, 1545. An old world view of the Darsena. These workings were very expensive, hard, and difficult, considering the technologies at that time. Thanks to them, Genoa sport has been surviving till nowadays. Slaves and salaried peasants were engaged. They are those that you are depicted in the painting. In the 16th century, the medieval arcades, repeatedly struck by windstorms, are surrounded by a dam. A little basin, Bolago, is being created, and the 8 new arcades are erected. It was now possible to build up to 5 galleys and several schooners at the same time. In 2002, the refurbishment workings revealed an original slipway, the same that now houses the replication of a Genoese galley in real size in the Merci Museum. An eastward view of the arsenal. The new arcades consisted of a framework of 45 pillars, 70 per 150 centimeters wide, 8 meters tall, in limestone blocks in 5 rows of 9 pillars each. Each pillar is connected to the next by a 4-meter wide brick arch and to the facing one by a wider 9 meters one. The whole structure formed an open space area covered by sloping roofs, slate shingles made, similar to other shipyards from the same period. The main function of shipyard was maintained at least until the first decade of the 18th century. Then a huge transformation was carried out. The indoor rooms were bordered, the space between pillars bricked up, wooden and stone floors, brick walls with barrel vaults were built, giving rise to 4 levels of large galleries more than 50 meters long and 9 meters wide. Assorted activities occupied then the rooms, but Campodonic outlined this already, storage of preserved foods, onboard equipment, a foundry, a prison, an armory, and a mosque for Muslim slaves. Before 1815, according to a project by Napoleonic engineers, began the transformation of the arsenal area in modern docks and the new arcades complex into a warehouse. This is the same photo that you saw before. Then the old arcades were pulled down and the new arcades absorbed into a 4-floored monolithic building, since 1897 named the Galate district, from the medieval Genoese settlement in Constantinople. In the ancient Darsena, no more galleys were moored, but steamships which unloaded their cargoes on the floating barges. Freight elevators lift up onto Galata galleries edible goods, mainly frozen meat from Argentina, dried and salt fish from Northern Europe. This until 60s, when the trading activities moved and the whole arsenal area was abandoned. But now I want to show you how the building turned up when we got in the first time. I bring you to a virtual tour, if we can open. Presentation that has 20 years old. Is it 20 years old? We attached it to the call for bid for the architectural restoration. So all the participants of the Color-Bid could have a virtual tour of the Arcate Nuove, that is Quartier Galata district, that they are expected to project. These were the rooms where that we saw on the. We can move, clicking on the blue circles, and this is the vaults of the ground floor, first floor, and second floor. Usually the vaults are made of a mix of pieces of stones and bricks, likely reused from other demolitions in the town. The connecting mortar was very of good quality. The structural materials didn't show particular degradation. Longitudinal and transversal chains that you see here, 5 centimeters in diameter, forged in iron, fastened the building's masonry. The architect Vasquez Consuegra wanted to preserve this structure, joined up with some futuristic solutions that he invented. Okay, here is the external part, the Darsena. This is the galleys Darsena that you saw in the drawing before. The only basin that survived. And here the great terrace. Okay, this is the university, the economy university, and another building that was under restoration at that time, that now is a residential complex. And you can enter again. Okay. Well, just an idea for you. Vasquez Consuegra project was a very good project, other than implementation. Now we can say today, especially to cover the original masonry with a thick layer of plaster made of materials incompatible with the underneath ones. Hence, detachment of plasters, along with humidity caused by a difficult air conditioning, are the negative aspect of the refurbishment that we have daily to cope with. Nevertheless, since 2004, Galata Museum is an important piece in the sort of puzzle that is the ancient port of Genoa, and where we hope to welcome you soon if you want.
Thank you.
Well, a couple of questions. There were ships inside in your picture, old ships. But are old ships or rebuilt?
Rebuilt because there is only one galley original, is in Istanbul, is of 17th centuries, and is for the Sultan, is only galley. So we have a lot, two or three design of ancient galley Genoese, and we rebuild with the shipwright Mr. Carosio not in Italy, but in Belgium, in Ostenda, because there is only come si chiama cantiere?
Shipyard.
Only shipyard in legno, in wooden construction, and so there was an important project inside at the reconstruction of the Galata and the transformation of the museum. Was long.
We can say that Vasco Fonseca won the cultural bid just for his proposal of to restore the ancient slipway of the Arcate Nuove, where a galley could be replaced.
It reminds a bit the Barcelona museum.
It looks like
is too similar at the original model of galley. It's not a fantasy model.
And we have as well other two reconstructions. This is the deck, the main deck of the schooner, and the berth, the third class of a steamship for emigrants. The reconstruction of the schooner decks houses several original pieces that could not be put in window cases, such as Tuga, that was the house of the cooking room for, or some instruments of the captain, or a windlass, an original windlass that we bought in England, in the Yorkshire. We carried out a sort of search, and we found this ancient windlass, and then so on. So the reconstruction of the main deck is only the reason for house all these pieces and put them in their original context. So visitors can understand correctly which was the function of these pieces. We want as well that visitors can touch, use instruments, and this, of course, put some problems of conservation, but we take care attention.
Ring the bell on board.
We have as well some real boats, not replications, but of course are of small dimensions, because the space cannot allow us to accept. Usually our donation to
and the part that was a question, the part on the water.
In water as well, two fishing little boats that are gozzi. It's a typical fishing boat of Liguria. We have them in floating in the Darso.
The other boats are in the hall of the museum.
Yes, sometimes some people ask you to donate notes, but of course we cannot ever accept, because reasons of space. We have a small deposit that is quite stuffed.
Yes, and it's another very important difference between ship museums or maritime museums. I mean, the amount of ships that you can find, if you got not to say Portsmouth, I mean, yes, which is so
Sydney.
Yes,
there is a fleet of
many boats
also in Bremerhaven, but these are very expensive. We chose the exhibition of a submarine because in the calculated the cost of the submarine is less than a boat in wood and another type of military or civil ship.
Do you have still some craftsmen in place? Because, for example, in Sweden, Norway, in north part of Europe, there is a kind of special techniques that is also an immaterial heritage for UNESCO that is clean. Like,
Yes,
yeah.
extraction and cleaning.
The teach actually still, and it's quite interesting because there are like small producer of these small boats, and it's something about the material cultural heritage. And I was wondering because the ship that you mentioned from Genova, I can imagine it's not the same technique, but it's something related anyway to the material cultural heritage, because most of the time all the people in Genova knew how to fix it one or build one. Do you have still something like that in the?
The problem is that in Italy we have another culture that there is in Northern Europe. They have a very great culture. So youth as well participate to this.
Yeah, we have workshop actually with youth.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have no participation, and the construction itself has been abandoned.
Yeah.
It's abandoned. Instead, in Northern Europe, families use the boats and have in their spare time they go and navigate. Okay. In general, you don't during the weekends you don't see boats.
So it's almost got lost anyway. It's like
yes,
the last generation
yes.
was like.
So it's the reason that is more difficult to maintain a tradition of wooden construction. But we collaborate with an association that in these years has been working to restore the abandoned gozzi that were so the little boats, and the two that are moored in the waterfront of the museum is just thanks to them, because they have found them, usually abandoned, and restored and moored. So only collaborating with that, but is not area activity. Only is some person that have a passion and wanted to maintain a tradition, but this tradition has not cannot product.
It's not a part of a common life
anymore.
Kind of. Yeah. Okay.
Unfortunately, this is the problem.
It's a real bit unfortunate.
When we have the boat exhibition, the last days we had the boat exhibition, all great yacht in Resina, English or no one wooden boat.
Now the cost in Italy of wooden boats are extremely 10 to 1 to vetroresina. Which are incredible. And also this we have a choice to don't receive donation of wooden boats, because we have not the resource to maintain these boats,
which is a pity of use.
Yes.
Okay. But I think that is we have I think that we as a museum we should work for a culture of the wood alternative of vetroresina, because vetroresina is not recycled, and under the environmental point of view is not a good material. It's a problem. The boats in vetroresina dated 50 years, are rubbish because the resina has developed a sort of cancer. Cancer, and the boat is unsafe after 50 years. We didn't know 50 years ago because it looks like a very the material of the future, the futuristic material. Okay, but after 50 years, we realized that it's a great problem, a great problem. But we have to propose. On the other hand, we cannot propose the traditional wooden construction that is the plank that was too impermeabilized with helm, I think, campa.
Yeah, I don't know.
Caulking.
Caulking, yes.
We cannot propose nowadays this type of construction. We can defend it as a traditional, but we have to think a new wooden construction that can be the cross planking. The sort, but this is another chapter of the.
Many things. So many things. I work at the Swedish Naval Museum, and we have very similar issues regarding maintaining boats and vessels and ships and so on. Although my original question was regarding similar to your question about participation and collaboration with civil society and organizations and so on. And I was curious about the submarine and as I understood it, it's an ongoing project. You're opening it up to visitors, right?
Yes.
Do you have any collaboration ongoing there with former officers on submarines, or could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yes, retired. We collaborate with sometimes with, but not regularly, with retired officials that can keep the guided visit to submarine. But it's not a regular collaboration, even because they are elderly. So it's not a
The same process of building a new submarine hull with 2 submarines in it, one of which you can enter, and one of the really great experiences from that project was to collaborate with former
yes.
The problem of the guided visit in a submarine is that the rooms are very tiny.
Yes.
Okay, so it's difficult if you have a group of persons to have to drive and have a guided visit. In fact, we have chosen the audio guide. So
and also we have an exhibition part in museum about the submarine. We have some stations of interactive, so the periscope, so the audio hydroponics, so the guide of the submarine.
A didactic section.
We have a choice. The submarine is in the 18 years. So our in the interior we have the rumors, the voice of the crew, and the objects. So the impression is a voyage in the time. So I see a life of a submarine during the Cold War. This is the impression. And so is activated for the time.
So We have a very similar setup. It's fascinating to visit you and to exchange ideas there. And again, I think that because retired submarine officers from the Cold War, they are still around. So it's so.
And so that question for both of you, if you do use, oral history with these people, I mean, hadn't just been in Favignana. Favignana is not a shipyard; it's a tuna factory in Sicily for Florida, and it's wonderful. It's the restoration of the buildings, the walls. But the most interesting thing is this: in this buildings, they have 20 or 30 panels with projecting the interviews of the workers and with the directional speakers of the job. And then you listen and why you don't. And the people talk about their life. And it's wonderful.
As something like
yes, but we still use the actual people.
It'll be macabre, but last year it's one of our best World Heritage guides that always were talking about the Shipyards. It's a kind of library for just maritime military. He died, and I was like, nobody ever thought to just retrieve. And I was like, now I die. I don't think so. So that's when it was a kind of wake up call, and that we have a little bit to work.
Absolutely. But I was thinking about in terms of transformation and transforming a place, there could also be a sense of loss of what you've left behind. But I think this kind of participatory events and museums working with the community and involving the people in the transformation can sort of bridge over that sense of loss and create something more constructive and communal. So I think that those kind of activities are so crucial to the transformation of the social transformation of the place. But yes, I would so much would like to complete.
If you let me just, I remember that how when I worked at Shipyards Museum in Amsterdam, how they solved the problem because they had a huge bulk of private materials, completely like systemized. Like, someone who was just traveling somewhere in the having a cruise, whatever, making photos, and all those photos are now in the album. And this is in the museum, and they have no idea what to do with it. And so what they did, basically, if you come there is a nice room with good chairs, like Voltaire style. And they made records of voices of those people. So you sit in the chair, and the chair speaks to you. So you take the album, and the chair speaks the story. So no one can hear it, but the people sitting in the chair. So you are invited to come to the house, and they tell you this endless private stories. So you just look through it, and that's how you get this feeling of maritime city. That this is kind of that's about maritimity, I would say. Yeah, that's not just about having navy or naval officers or whatever, but that's about that everyone in this city, more or less, has some maritime experience. He has experience of traveling. He has some pictures from overseas in his private collection. And that's how you get this understanding that this maritimity of Amsterdam is not just about this golden age, 17th century, East India man or whatever, because that's what you can get as well. They have a copy of East India Man Amsterdam.
Side of the museum of Amsterdam.
Absolutely. But I found this small room with chairs absolutely unbeatable experience, because that's how you get, and that's how they utilized absolutely useless materials. They made them valuable. You get this impression of being connected to the local community, otherwise invisible. That's a great idea. That's a great story.
Okay, maybe I should just have a coffee and then we go on with the presentation and then discussion. We still have time, so 15 minutes. So we try to do this. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And see you in there. We shall go there.
Okay.
Paper, last presentation from Northern Climb. Respect, further north. And same deal, half an hour or so, and then our discussion. We look forward to everything you're going to say. Please.
Well, thank you so much for inviting us and for listening to this presentation. Since we have some newcomers since our presentation earlier this morning, I just wanted to introduce myself. And I'm Malin Nordmark, and I'm a museum developer at the Swedish National Naval Museum in Karlskrona, which is part of the National Authority Swedish Maritime and Transport History Museums. One of the longer names of and comprised of 6 different museums. The Vasa Museum in Stockholm might be the most famous one, but also the Maritime Museum in Stockholm, the Railway Museum, and the Naval Museum, as well as a new, fairly recently opened museum in Stockholm called Rex. It's the Maritime Archaeology Museum.
You should have invited Ben.
Certainly.
We can call them. They are her colleagues. So you have a.
Absolutely. So, so the Naval Museum is part of the World Heritage Board of Karlskrona and operate within the naval port of Karlskrona, which is the name of our World Heritage, which is managed by Elena.
Or maybe it's a tentative of management, but I'm Elena Peverada, and I work in Karlskrona for the municipality of Karlskrona as World Heritage Coordinator. And that means that I'm trying to manage both the preservation and the development of the World Heritage. And I'm doing this by this World Heritage Council or World Heritage Board that have several representatives from different organizations, both from authority that are on national level and local authorities. I'm gonna speak a little bit more later. And Marian, she said she is one of the representatives in this board.
Right. So now you know who we are. And in regards to our presentation, as we intend to give you some historical background of Karlskrona and its transformation to what it is today, we also want to highlight not only the physical transformation of the buildings and the use of the buildings, but also try to pay some attention to the social transformation of what happens when a place is shifted like the one in Karlskrona. So we believe that this transformation has a social dimension that relates to dynamics of challenges and opportunities created in the relationship between the military and the civilian society. So when we talk about transforming Karlskrona, it's not just about one historical chapter ending and another beginning, but rather allowing several stories of the past and the present and the future to be told alongside each other. Because Karlskrona has never stopped being a military base, but has transformed in the ways that the military and civilian are coexisting in Karlskrona. So that's what we will mainly be focusing on. So it's not about a linear development, but an ongoing social negotiation between different public interests and needs.
And then I think if we start, because I know that probably most of you know about the World Heritage Convention and what is a World Heritage, but we always start to try to put it in a kind of governance dimension, because to be a UNESCO World Heritage site, you have to be a place or object or an area or a singular building that have an outstanding universal value. And that means that you have to fulfill at least one criteria that define the outstanding universal value for the humanity and human history. And as a World Heritage, we have to follow international conventions and at the same time to put in place a governance both on national and local, regional level. And when it comes to the governance in Sweden, then we have the National Heritage Board that has the responsibility on the national level to the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, that is the international convention that we have to follow. Then there is the County Administrative Board, that is the regional level. It's entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring that those outstanding universal value are not destroyed. So it has a authority mandates. On the municipality level, then the municipality in Sweden has a regulatory responsibility through the Planning and Building Act. So the municipality has also an authority mandate in order to decide what it can be built, destroyed, or how the city can develop. And this one is really important for World Heritage that are cities, for example, like Karlskrona, and as well as the municipality has an important role as the main authority for schools. And that is related to the Article 27 in the convention, that is how we implement the communication about the World Heritage in different way in order to gain participation and collaboration with citizens. And around each World Heritage site, there is a management council responsible for the World Heritage and a coordinator, that's me. The council can be different. It depends a lot on how the World Heritage is. But in our council, for example, there are several different representatives that are really important for our World Heritage. And then there is the municipality, the county administrative board, the region, the university. Then we have the national property board that are like an authority national that has the role that is the real estate of buildings of national cultural heritage. We have the National Fortification Agency, that is the real estate for those buildings that are in use from the military. We have the military also in the board, and then it's like marine boss.
Yeah, the naval base.
The naval base representative. Subcompums, that is the private company that produces submarines. And then the Marine Museum and Relating Museum, and has adjuncts. In our council, we have also two representatives from non-profit organization that are one, the Varvshistoriska föreningen,
the Shipyard Historical Society.
Yes, and another one that is Old Karlskrona is a non-profit organization that records what's happened in the civilian part. So we have a kind of representative from the civilian and the military part. And when we come to Karlskrona, because maybe not, we always think that everybody knows where we are, but that's not. In the south parts of Sweden, and is the naval port of Karlskrona is a Syrian property situated on the Baltic Sea. And it's an extremely well preserved example of a naval city from a time when major European power secured their position through war and battles at sea. So basically, we are, now I don't know what to say. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We are, according to the UNESCO World Heritage Committee, we are an exceptionally well-preserved example of a planned European naval city that has been influenced from other countries. For example, Venezia is one of those, Rockford, and itself has influenced and served as a model for other cities. And additionally, Karlskrona is also the best preserved and most complete naval base still in existence that is also in use. And that one is also a kind of paradigm that we have, because we have actually now our outstanding universal value, the fact that the military activity is in place. And if we talk a little bit about the story, Karlskrona was founded in 1680, and it was in that time that Sweden had just conquered some places from Denmark. Sorry. And the king decided, okay, we need to try to defend in the best possible way. And then they tried to find a new place for the new naval base for Sweden. And then they went around and they decided to put the new naval base in Karlskrona, since it was really near the new places conquered from Denmark. And in addition on that, it was situated in an archipelago. It was an island in an archipelago. And it had already a really good defense that was a natural barrier, because the only way in, it was through 2 islands. And the main possible attack, it would be by sea. So that's why the place was decided, actually. And that one you should do it.
Mm-hmm. So what is then included in the World Heritage? Well, all of Karlskrona is not included. You see the expansion of the town to the north, and the highlighted areas here are what is included in the World Heritage. But it's the central island of Skåse, that you see in the middle. And I'll stand up and point to them.
Yeah, because this one function, but it doesn't.
Well, I need to move. And here is the shipyard. So this is the civilian city, and the shipyard is just on the same island. Around the island are smaller islands that are now built with fortifications. And outside of here is what Elena talked about. The only way into Karlskrona is between these 2 islands, where there are fortifications that can start any attack on Karlskrona. In fact, Karlskrona has never been attacked. A couple of times.
That's why we are here.
Close. 90, where when the Russians wanted to attack, but Catherine the Great deferred. She turned around. The closest attack was actually in 1981, when a Soviet submarine managed to go all the way into the archipelago, very close to the naval base, and was discovered. It went on ground, so it got stuck, and was discovered by a fisherman early in the morning. And it launched an international crisis, since the submarine was also armed with nuclear weapons, and the Soviet Navy was right outside of here. So it was, of course, a diplomatic crisis that was solved diplomatically. But that's the closest to Karlskrona ever being.
In 1981, Whiskey on the Rocks.
It's going to be a series actually on Netflix. So Whiskey on the Rocks.
It was a whiskey conference in summer.
And I think it's a really nice example on how the natural fortification function really well. It got stuck.
Yeah.
So what is included in the heritage is the civilian part, of course, with the city plan. The historic buildings such as the churches, the worker residential area of Guildholmen and Stumholmen, which is on the right hand side, which we will talk more about in depth. Of course, included is also the naval dockyard and the harbor. That is, like Elena said, still in use by the military. And this is quite unconventional, of course, that a World Heritage is within a shipyard, a naval shipyard still being used by the military, and we will go into further discussion about that. There are also a few places in the mainland, a bit north of Karlskrona, that represent the sort of ecosystem around a naval port like this. It was not just weapons and ships. There were, of course, people who needed food, who needed. So there's a farm called Karla that's included in the World Heritage nomination that represents the sort of industrial ecosystem around where food was being produced at the farm. There's a mill in the village Lyckeby where grain was being processed for the naval base fleet and so on. So the entire World Heritage is the realization of an idea that we need to have a naval base here, and everything was planned from scratch. Normally, a town develops organically, right? Somewhat organically with people moving there and something happens. Here, it was just a paper product. Let's put a city here. Let's put a naval yard there. And a shipyard here. So, yeah.
And this one they could do it because the island was without inhabitants. I mean, there was one farmer, and the king decided, I take the island. And it was a major plan because the island didn't have, for example, drinking water, didn't have nothing. I mean, it was just a rocks with some trees. And they put on place like the ideal city. So they could like use the topography of the island in order to manage the best possible way. And this one is the first one, city, not the first one. The first one is from 1680, but this one is the regulatory that came out in 1694. And most of the function is the city are still there. One of the different is, for example, the enclosing walls that became too expensive to build.
Around the port.
Around the military port. It became too expensive, and in 17 something, Sweden also hadn't the money to build. But if you see this one on the left, it's one of the city plan from 17th, 18th century, and on the right is the actual city. So you can see that most of the same functions planned from the beginning are still there. And then this one is kind of the reason why also we are like the World Heritage, because the city grids are the same, the functions are the same, and most of the different buildings, we have more than 90 buildings that are cultural heritage protected in this one center city, and we have different layers of history. You can see the development of the naval port and naval city through all the centuries. There are those buildings that are from 1690, and then there are some other from 17th century, some other from 18th century, 19th century, and 20th century. So all the buildings and all the areas are represented. And as we were talking, and maybe I go a little bit faster here, this one is the civilian city, or kind of some pictures that represented the civilian city. We have the churches, There are on the main square because you know you have to build an ideal city. Italians usually have this model. It's a basilica, cathedrale, and you have the main square, and you have all the public representation in there. Well, in this one, since it was also a military city, we had another place there. You can see the clock tower. The thought it was to have the Admiralty Palace. It was a kind of center for the city. It's in wooden, and it was kind of temporary that it became there. I mean, it's still there. But it was a temporary construction, and then it was the idea to represent the two power, both the civilian and the military one.
So the central point of view, just like the Atmoxis Spire in St. Petersburg. Same concept.
Then on the right, you can see the Admiralty Church, that also quite unique because it's always the Protestant Swedish church, but we have two different congregations. We have the congregation for those that are in the military base and work as a military, and we have the one that is here. Nowadays are more like mix it up, but it was a little different. And on the left, we have the Greva Garden, that it was a mansion for Wachtmeister, and now it's the Blekinge County Museum. And on the right, we have the Marine Museum that actually came up on place a little bit later, but now I'm gonna say. This one is the Naval Dockyard and Harbor. Those are two examples of buildings. On the left, you have the Waffenschmied, that it was built in order to fulfill the building of ships, naval ships, naval ships. And it was the longest the longest wood building in Sweden. It's 300 meters. And it's not in use. I mean, part of it is used for offices. The other one is the no-profit organization that tried to use it as a tourist attraction, but the last 3 years it's closed, unfortunately. The fortification, those are some examples. The one on the left is Ljungskär, is owned by the municipality. On the upper right, it's a case study that we are going to take up after Dockringskär Citadel, Swedish agency,
The National Property Board.
National Property Board, and Cookson Port, that is the National Fortification Agency. And this one is Lyckeby Crown Mill, that actually was used also for take water, since the island didn't have the water until the 1860. So it was taken by boats. And the other one is Chevaman. And if we go to the challenges of a World Heritage that is also military base, well, we have quite a few. I think we have a really good relationship as well. But at the same time, there is this balance between the economical growth and the military force and the cultural heritage and the possibility to have accessibility. And if you see on the right, this is a map that you can find in the national, what is in English? The national interest for total defense in Karlskrona's naval port and the archipelago. That is a map that the Swedish Fortification Agency has, because they have the responsibility to manage the cultural heritage in the area that they own. And the pink area is considered to be a part of influential area for noise and other risks. But that means there are like military activities. And it's really close to the civilian part that Malin shows before that is right up there. So basically, all this part is military activities. And this one is the civilian. And that means we can go through this part, but you have like the military presence ongoing all the time. If you go in Karlskrona, you can find easily those kind of information signs that is like, keep attention, you cannot even take pictures. So it's a kind of ongoing presence. And with this constant balance between economical growth and cultural heritage, we cannot find ourselves caught in the middle, because we have in our outstanding universal value the military base. And we are really happy about the military base and that we have this military presence. But at the same time, we cannot be reminded all the time that we have to find compromises.
Especially when it comes to the accessibility of the cultural heritage sites, it becomes a, whose interest is, and of course the military has a veto of saying, no, you cannot access, you're not allowed. But it becomes an ongoing sort of negotiation between what can kind of be done and not, and how close can we go, and what can we say, what pictures can we show when we talk about the world.
And when you think about, like, for example, in military and municipality and other agency actually have a really constant dialogue on everything, also when it comes to the development of the city. But when it comes to the world heritage, one of the examples is the tourism, for example. And we have actually, through the military and the municipality has an agreement on how we can show parts that are still in use from the military base for tourists. And that agreement is a kind of really good step, because I think that we can show those parts just because we are World Heritage, because they are really in use from military, I mean, high activity. But it's also a kind of always in a kind of balance. You never know next year how it's gonna look like. And this one, for example, is also one of the things that in the last years we kind of have a wake-up call, because Sweden has a long history of peace in the last years, and when it came in the last 2 years, 3 years before the war, the pandemic, and then it was the war in Ukraine, we kind of started to think a little bit different. And one of the things that came up that is really controversial for our World Heritage is, for example, that we discovered that we have some difficulties in follow international conventions like Haga conventions, because Haga Convention is a kind of convention that helps to identify buildings that are really culturally important, and to try to save them in case of war, in order to don't have the same things that happen in the French example. And the problem is that most of the buildings that are of cultural interest for Karlskrona, they are in military use. So we cannot say to the military, leave the buildings. So that one is an ongoing dialogue that we have, that we are going to try to solve in some way. And if you look to this area, the green one is military base. And in that one, before 2020, we could go inside for guided tour. We had also the Swedish Fortification Agency that helped the municipality by build a dock here, because we had like boats that went here, and then the people could have a guided tour in the rope walk. And now it's not possible anymore. And this one in red is the area that is in use from Subcockon, the submarines that actually are using the same facility from 17th and 18th century. And those are no good. I come inside the first time 1 month ago after 5 years of my work. So it's a kind of really difficult to live up to the Article 27 sometimes. And then your turn, I think.
So how did we get here? The transformation of Karlskrona, like we said in the beginning, is not a linear one, but rather one that goes back and forth between the military, a dominating military presence and a sort of lesser military presence. And what happened, like Elena described, Karlskrona was founded in the 17th century. In the 18th century, Karlskrona grows rapidly, becomes Sweden's third largest city. Shipbuilding and naval operations play a crucial role, of course, in the development of the city. The naval shipyard expands rapidly, especially in relation to the Russo-Swedish wars. So the late 18th century is a very intense time for Karlskrona. There are also several fires and epidemics, etc., that happened during the same time. So very dramatic years for Karlskrona that shaped a lot of how life and the organization of the city was built up. In the 19th century, in very shallow terms, in very broad terms, one could say that the interest for the naval base dropped, mainly because of a different sort of tactic in the military strategy for Sweden. The Navy and Karlskrona became less important to the armed forces. Although a lot of Karlskrona, the civilian part of Karlskrona, developed during the Industrial Revolution, and there were some non-military industries that started to build up at that time. In the 20th century, Karlskrona continued to develop, especially strong submarine production. We did not buy all of our submarines from Italy, but and then started constructing our own. One thing you could say about Karlskrona is when the military activity goes down, Karlskrona declines, and when military activity in Sweden goes up, Karlskrona flourishes. That's the true for almost 400. In the late part of the 20th century, military budget went down a lot, especially when it came to the Navy and Karlskrona. So there was actually talk about Karlskrona, that Karlskrona was not going to be used by the Swedish Navy anymore. And that, of course, spurred a debate on what are we going to do with this place. And as I will come back to later on, it's not a surprise that Karlskrona in 1998 then was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site, mainly in relation to how are we going to preserve Karlskrona if the military leaves. But something happened, and here we are in a time when the military is very much back in Karlskrona and very much alive. It's not just the military activity in terms of training officers and so on, but also technology development and a close collaboration between civilian and military industries going on in Karlskrona.
We're trying to be the military, the maritime center of technology, for example, for Sweden. There are a lot of investment on place in order to have that economic growth. That is related actually to our house and universal value and why Karlskrona is there in the first place.
Absolutely. But then the question remains is how do we make this place accessible? How do we make these universal values accessible to visitors, but to the local community? And how do we live up to the World Heritage Convention and the article saying that a World Heritage should be accessible, should be communicated to its citizens and others. Well, when we think about accessibility in the World Heritage and for our shipyard, it's of course the public accessibility of the buildings, that you can actually go and look at the buildings, go and experience the environment. But in some parts of the World Heritage, we also offer activities, guided tours, information, possibilities of interpreting the place, understanding what it is that you see, not just be in the place, but have an understanding of what kind of place this is and the kind of storytelling. And then we have very few places where you can actually participate in the meaning making and the ongoing transformation of the place. So when we think about these sort of social meaning-making accessibility aspects, it's very close to what we do at museums when we work with pedagogy. And museum pedagogy as a discipline is, of course, often described as the process of making exhibitions and collections and research accessible to the audience in a understanding and learning kind of way. So the aim of museum and cultural pedagogy is fostering understanding, appreciation, and stewardship for valuable aspects of history and identity. And that's what comes up higher up in this pyramid, that these buildings are not just there to look at, but to also be part of the social transformation of these buildings. What can they mean to people today with the context that they are used in at the moment? So when we work with heritage pedagogy in the World Heritage, we use the site itself, or the site, the information that the site offers about the history in a constructivist approach to meaning making in the use of the spaces. That is to create the meaning together with the participants, rather than telling them everything about what they should experience in the place. So when we consider the social transformation of Karlskrona, we interpret and transform the places as they are being used in the moment. So that means that we can use places for other activities than they were intended to, but in our different activities there, making the entire meaning making of the World Heritage, understanding the universal values of the World Heritage through participation. So not all of our, let's go back a little bit to Kai, not all of our places have, offer high levels of participation, but we try to make not just the places accessible, but to make them meaningful and to create that meaning together with the audience.
It's really relevant when we have places, for example, that they are not accessible physical. Then, for example, museums and municipalities try to work in the other two parts of the pyramid, for example. So, case study Stumholmen. Well, Stumholmen is an island just off the central island of Fossö. And it is also the place of one of the major transformations of the naval port. And it was also fundamental to the World Heritage nomination to begin with.
So on the very left side there, you see a picture of Sturmholmen from the 1930s. Back then it was a military restricted area that was placed for the naval bakery, manufacturing industries where uniforms were made, for example. There was the naval prison. You see in the middle there was a courtyard, so like have a cake. The naval, yep, there's the prison. The naval air force had a base there. And the particular building on the right-hand side is the sloop and longboat shed. That's
with a Venetian roof, collect water.
And there, the Navy's smaller boats were stored, gunboats, etc., that were used on the ships. So the island was only available for military, and like I said previously, during the 1970s, 80s, the military budget went down and activity lessened in Karlskrona. And there were also organizational changes that made Sturmholmen somewhat redundant to the military. So the municipality bought the island from the military. And there was a huge call for architectural restructuring of the island. And in 1993, there was the island opened in its new form. So on the island now, after this transformation, was still the historical buildings, like this building that was the naval bakery. It's now a housing facility, public housing. This is also a housing facility with some offices. That was the manufacturing, the factory for making uniforms. There are new residential buildings as well, and offices, schools, and other functions. The main part of transforming Sturmholmen was the idea to build a new naval museum in Karlskrona. The Naval Museum had been in Karlskrona for a very long time as part of the military, but was now being moved to the Cultural Ministry of Cultural Affairs within the government. And so the idea was to build an area that was not just residential, but also recreational, and with the museum, they're sort of guaranteeing the democratic nature of this place, that it would not just become a high-end residential area, but a place for everyone to access and everyone to be able to go to. So in '93, the housing fair opened here. It was a big event, and people started moving into to Sturmholmen. In 1997, the museum opened. The Naval Museum opened, and it is, like I said, a national Swedish museum. It's not just a Karlskrona museum, but it tells the story of the Swedish Navy from 1520s to present day. And within our activities, so we are this building, but we also have activities in the sloop and longboat shed, where we have exhibitions on smaller boats, and we rent out part of the building to a school that teaches boat building. So the craft is very much still alive here. We have museum ships. You see the oldest one here is a full rigger, a very, very small one called Yalamas. It was a school ship. We also have a mine sweeper from the Second World War, and a robot sort of what's it called?
Sorry.
Yeah. So we have this area is all part of the museum. You see the shiny building, that's a new building on the left of the museum. This was not here originally, but it's an add-on that opened in 2014 that stores a submarine from the Cold War and Sweden's first submarine. So the addition of the submarine hall in 2014 established the Naval Museum as a major point of as a visitor attraction. When the original building was built, it was estimated for around 100,000 visitors per year. Karlskrona has 60,000 inhabitants, so 100 was a big stretch. In 2016, when the submarine hall had opened, and we had 250,000 visitors, and in 2019 we had 300,000 visitors. So it's a big, major point of interest for visitors to Karlskrona. The sort of context of this transformation is quite interesting because it did not, of course, happen in a vacuum. Like I said, the late 1980s was a time of very much discussion about the military leaving Karlskrona. And there was a need for a new kind of industry to start to build in Karlskrona. When this collaboration between architects and building companies and the municipality started in late 1980s, at the same time, there was a lot of discussion about how can we save Karlskrona's economy because the military is going down. So at the same time, there was local politicians, regional politicians, and industry leaders that came together to form a new university college in Karlskrona as well at the same time. New IT companies started up in Karlskrona, creating Karlskrona as a sort of telecom city of that time. There was very much innovation and entrepreneurship happening in Karlskrona, sort of side by side with the military, not integrated, but very much side by side. So there was very much a talk about how can we save Karlskrona and its economy. And of course, the tourism industry became one of the solutions to this. Where the experiences from creating Stumholmen, the need for a new industry to save Karlskrona, we started looking at tourism as the answer for what should we do instead. Then nominating Karlskrona to the UNESCO as a UNESCO World Heritage Site had a double function in that way. The nomination was, of course, a result to try to preserve the historical buildings and to make use of them in a responsible way, but also to brand Karlskrona as a World Heritage Site that could be used in marketing, etc. So this whole process of transforming Stumholmen and moving forward there could show the UNESCO what Karlskrona could do and how we could transform and use the historical places in a responsible way.
I remember one of the retired person that was working in these translations that now is a World Heritage guy, that he said, yeah, basically we start to do a lot of study visits and we realize we have a lot of culture actually to show again. So it was a kind of funny.
So, I said the sloop and longboat shed is used in different ways. Now during this summer, we've shown how to use create rope because the rope walk cannot be accessed due to the military restrictions. So we moved that into the sloop and longboat shed, and in collaboration with several different organizations. Of course, the building of the submarine hall was something of major interest for a lot of people, and another transformation of Stockholm.
Another case study where we were talking together on how we are gonna put it on, we thought to lift also Dr. Citadel. Basically, in Sweden, what happened is like when it's a cultural interest, a building of cultural interest that is in use from military, is the fortification agency they own. When the military leave the building, usually it's the Swedish agency.
Property board.
The Swedish property board that come into play. Sorry, and. This one is one of these cases. Basically, the Doctrine Share Citadel is a fortification example from the 17th century. It started to build when Karlskrona was founded, and since 1929 is not military active. The Swedish National Property Board owns it, and since 93, different actions of restoration has made. And we can see right now also, there have always been a challenging in developing the destination, since it's on an island, and the Swedish Swedish national property, we can see that didn't found probably the right tenant. And it was, I remember I started in 2018 as a World Heritage Coordinator, and we had a lot of discussion because both the municipality wasn't happy, the Swedish National Property Board wasn't happy, nobody was happy, not even the citizen, because they were like, you're wasting time, and there is nothing that happened in that building that is really important for our identity. And last year, after many years of discussion, the municipality and the Swedish National Property Board made a contract. So basically, the municipality is the tenant of the Swedish National Property Board, and we initiate a new process in order to develop the Drottningholm Citadel as a destination, tourist destination. We had, for the first time, this summer, we started this process, and we had already 25,000 tourists and visitors. And it seems that also the people on the island are like really welcoming this process. So probably we are gonna have 2 or 3 years more in which we are gonna try to develop this one as a destination. And we are talking a lot about this kind of participatory using of the building, how you can have an experience but also be a part of it. I don't have a solution yet, but that's why I think it's interesting as a case study, because we don't have a solution yet. We are just trying to develop this place. And I can say also the transport to this is one of also major issues because it's not so near the city center. This one is also another case study. It's Kungsholm's fortification that me and Mali were thinking about to show to you. This one is these constructions began in 1680. One of the major important part of this island and fortification is the circular Venetian-inspired sloop harbor from 1830 and 1838, the one that you can see circular there. And the fortress has been continuously manned for more than 300 years. And the thing is that this island is a kind of mirror of what happened in the last years also for the balance between the military and the non-military action. Because at the beginning of 2000, there was, as Molly say, a decreasing of military activity. So these one are in Swedish, but somehow the newspaper helped us to report the social reaction through times. And we can see from 2003, the Fortifikationsverket, that is the Swedish fortification agency, wanted to sell and destroy, wanted to destroy a old fortress that was near Kungsholm Fort, because they didn't have the need to use it. And then people started to raise the question, why destroy it? Should we not use it for tourist attraction? At the same time, on the left, there was some newspaper and radio and TV report that in 2010, when the military started to leave the Kungsholm fortress, there was the military that said that it was a really huge economical loss. Since from 500 people on the island, it was just 40. And it was a really huge price to pay, because it was to pay for maintenance of a island that was empty. And it was also a signal of a decreasing military activity that, as I said at the beginning, it's a really important part also of Karlskrona, of our identity. And we went from 2010, in which we had just 40 people, and then we started to have guided tours. We developed a different kind of opportunity for tourists in order to show Kungsholm Fortress. We had conferences that was near the Venetian port, and then we went in 2019 and 2020. In 2019, Sweden decided to put into use again Kungsholm Fortress. And the Swedish Fortification Agency had to manage, like in 6-7 months, the transformation of an island that has been for many years with just 40 people. They had to manage just 40 beds and 40 utilities for 40 people. They went in 6 months to create for 250 places. And at the same time, it became quite evident that, okay, we can still have guided tours, but maybe just during the weekend. Because the other days of the week they are in use. And basically what's happening, you can see also here, it's a kind of that paradigm that we have in Karlskrona, because everybody in Karlskrona are really happy. I mean, we have more people that come. We have over 200 new recruits that go to Kungsholmen. And you see boys there that are really happy and have the possibility to study military in a special place. But at the same time, we ask, okay, but how we can have accessibility? Because it became really difficult. So that one is a kind of balance and challenge that we have in some places. And then I say, I still think, because I have been in forums as well, I still think that we have the possibility to show, for example, Kungsholm Fort, that because we are a world heritage, and the military itself think is important to keep accessible. But it's in balance because the forces around influence us a lot. And one of the examples is that we use this one as a really marketing way, because it's really interesting for a lot of people that want to come to Karlskrona. One of the last examples it was that we have a lot. We are working a lot with christenings through it. Hey, buonanotte. Cruises. Cruises. Thanks. And in 2000, and but I know, but we are managing them still quite good. In 2020, during the pandemic, we couldn't show the roof work. They were panicked because we didn't know what to offer. to the crews in order to lock them twice and stop. And then Kunzon Fortress, for example, became one of those that is really high and unique. And then we have no military historical buildings. Also, there are kind of challenges between use and preservation, because when we talk about Karlskrona, as you can see from the pictures, we were built to be a military base, not for people. Not for people. It's not so easy to use those buildings. And we have a lot. For example, up high in the snow, covering snow, it's Mjolnarholmen. It's a gunpowder building in an island in front of the city center that is owned by the municipality. We did an offer to do a kind of cultural island in 2018. The municipality lose a little bit too much money, so all the plans are stopped right now. The one on the right is Good Night. It's by the Swedish Agency Board, Property Board. But sorry, it's like it's a lighthouse. Also civilian, I mean buildings in the civilian. This one on the left where you can see the two kids is the clock tower. And this one is an example on how we try, because during one time per year we have a World Heritage Festival. We started in 2018, and it's a participatory festival in which different organizations and also private persons try to participate with different programs. And these two kids, it was the first time they could go up to the clock tower, and it was just thanks to the Admiralty Church that opened up and did a guided tour, because these buildings are not allowed to see otherwise. So we have still a lot. And one of the major problems is also on the national level, because the Swedish Agency Board has a kind of budget on the national level that is divided in two. They have the money for those buildings that has a tenant, and the money is for those buildings that are just to keeping in place and renovate. And of course, we can imagine that the budget with more money is for the buildings that has a tenant. So it's a kind of struggling to find a sustainable tenant also. And it's not so simple when we have portraits in the sea.
Yeah, so we have our share of challenges with military restrictions, with physical restrictions, etc. But we can see that as a way of as a driving force for new methods to develop and how we work with accessibility and pedagogy and information about the World Heritage. So during the pandemic, for example, when we couldn't have guided tours, we couldn't have museum pedagogy programs, etc. We started working a lot more with digital experiences and digital communication, digital interpretation, and so on. So one thing we did in Karlskrona was to create virtual reality experiences of the roadwalk and of the naval shipyard. So you can experience that in that way. We also started to make YouTube videos inside of buildings that aren't accessible to the public, with guides that talk about the buildings and make them in 360, so you can experience them in VR as well. The museum also made a lot of programs online with materials for schools, for example. When schools couldn't visit us, we made sure we met them on Zoom or Teams or whatever, and we also created material that's now being used in more widely. So even now that we can meet people again, we see a great use of this material because it allows teachers to, for example, to use the World Heritage more broadly in their education, and they can visit us and use the digital material and so on. So we try not to let the challenges of making these places accessible stop us, but rather try to find new ways of working together. So that can be a driving force as well. Yes, we're coming to an end of the presentation, and some of the things that we've discussed here it could be used for further discussion and deeper analysis. And we definitely think that the World Heritage nomination in itself, that we are a World Heritage program was designed as a peace project by the UNESCO after the Second World War, and we are military. And there, that's quite interesting. So what does it mean to be a World Heritage when you live within the walls of the military base? We talk about Karlskrona being a living heritage because of the continuous military presence there. But we are a living heritage, but at the same time, that makes it difficult for the public to access the heritage site, which is a balance there. So how do we manage that? We also talk about another dynamic between authenticity and accessibility, like the Naval Museum, for example, very accessible place, tells the story, has the real stories, real objects, and so on. But we're a modern building. We're not, the World Heritage. It's not it's authentic in its storytelling and in its content, but it's the most accessible building is one that it doesn't belong to the World Heritage in the historic sense.
And on the other side, there are, for example, those buildings that were built via military base that are still in use and still preserved at the same time that maybe are not accessible. But for the World Heritage, they are preserved. So it's like, and they are in a sustainable way because there is someone that are using the buildings. So it's about
they're being responsibly preserved, but they are not accessible. So the question whether Karlskrona could be considered to be transformed from a naval shipyard or not, I would say the naval shipyard is not transformed. But the surrounding area and the surrounding civilian part has been somewhat adapted to a modern society and to becoming more accessible. So the biggest transformation is the social one that happened, that Karlskrona is now accessible to. It wasn't allowed if you were a foreign citizen to go into Karlskrona.
30 years ago.
Something like that. So that transformation is of a sort of social kind, but the military presence is absolutely there. But the sort of negotiation between the accessibility and the openness is one that the World Heritage nomination is really a crucial part of, because what Elena said, the military see themselves as part of the World Heritage. Yeah. So we don't have to fight them for anything, but we have to negotiate when it comes to accessibility.
Great. Okay. My goodness, thank you so much. That is a wonderfully detailed and thorough set of thoughts about a fascinating site, and one that complements all the others we've heard about. So, how much time do we have?
Can take a minute. We have to finish at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
We can take a discussion on that as per need, and then we can have an open discussion if needed.
Okay. Well, let's any questions about this, and then we can naturally expand.
Yeah, thank you very much. I always enjoy seeing Karlskrona. It's a fantastic place. Been there many times. I think it's important to focus on the role that regional politics plays in this, because this was a very concerted effort to save Karlskrona. If the Navy had indeed left, it would have been a huge loss of workplaces and it could have been a disaster for the city of Karlskrona and for the community. Now that didn't happen, but the process did indeed result in a huge increase in the tourism to the area. So when I think of the contrast to Copenhagen, where there was no such effort, it was about moving workplaces from Copenhagen to Jutland and Western Zealand. So there was no incentive for government institutions or really anyone to do anything for the heritage, because they knew that these were very attractive areas and they could probably be sold off pretty easily. So it's not that I'm thinking about Venice. I'm not sure that you Venetians want to develop the arsenal so you can get another 300,000 visitors.
One of the problems.
So maybe Venice is more like Copenhagen than Karlskrona, so I'm thinking, what is the lesson in that for us?
Thing that couldn't go into everything, but one thing that I come back to with a previous discussion too was this collaboration with the sort of civil society that has been so crucial to the Naval Museum, but also, as Elena described, to the World Heritage Board, where we have societies and organizations, civilian organizations represented, that I think the reason why we can maintain a living World Heritage is because we have public participation, so that we collaborate with these organizations of civilians. We have, I think, 5 or 6 different organizations connected to the museum alone that help us maintain our museum shift, that help us with the actual labor, but also give guided tours, etc., etc. They are the experts on this area. We have one organization that is the oldest sailing club in Sweden that sail our sloops and longboats every summer, and they use and help us preserve the heritage. So I would say that kind of participation and using people's creativity and their listening to their needs, for Karlskrona, it means we want more people to come. Maybe it's something else for Venice, but to collaborate with the social.
This is so interesting in making this comparison. I hope that could be different from Copenhagen because it's really not exactly, but also the issue of civil society in Venice is something we were talking at lunch. You know, it's 49,000 people living here with 13 million visitors, and with the incredible strong economic interest, ships, big ships, tourism, all these kind of things. That it's really. On the one hand, on the other hand, you have a law that will not allow you to sell anything. So, in that sense, we are lucky from this law. But the real problem is, and comparatively speaking, if you have the chance to go inside the Venice Arsenal, I'm sure you will be astonished how well preserved it is from a physical point of view. It's apart from the huge transformation in the last century. Still there, perhaps better than anyone else, and nothing has been done. So, but it's once again just the bloody moment, so to speak. You cannot see that. Once again, was when you were ending your presentation with the participation. Sorry, but Lena is not here with the ocean pavilion, or really back to the bloody participation. But it's so fascinating. I mean, it's a comparison of different, the complexity of the discourse about heritage in terms of preservation and accessibility, and how this stands. I mean, in a sense, from Venice is easier. One thing at least that it's more homogeneous. I mean, the kind of problem we have is the problem we have with the Opry, with the military part, with the Gaiazzi, with the part. In your case, you have this kind of fragmentation in the sense of any single building or any single part is a case on its own. It's a multi-dimensional mess, I would say. Yeah.
That is a consequence of the collaborative nature situation. You, unlike Venice, which is not a collaborative civil context, so nothing gets done, nothing gets decided, even if there's obvious solutions. You don't have to have such a unitary organization. It can be disaggregated, and you can make decisions about one area that are different than the decisions you'd make about another, because there's a more collaborative opportunity to discuss and refine policy. And that's interesting, because we spend a lot of time thinking, well, if we could just make a decision, it would all be simple. But maybe the opposite is true. If we could set up systems for making different decisions in different situations.
I was thinking more on the fact that we talk about tourism, but it's not only our focus. The only problem, I think, in our place in Cascuna and in very many other World Heritage, they are not so big or so touristic like Venezia, is that in a way tourism is seen from civilians and citizens as a way of revenues. And that is the reason why we try also to talk about tourism, because it's citizen itself that wants tourism. I'm not sure actually that tourism is always the good answer to preservation of building, but it's a kind of relationship because the economical revenues have to come somehow. And we have many buildings in Cascuna, for example, that has a really huge cultural interest that are used as offices or houses. So that it's not tourist destination.
Sure.
But some of them, the only way to have a sustainable use of the building, since the military doesn't want, can be tourism. So that balance is, I don't know what is the best one, because it is tricky, but the citizens, it's very want to right now. And we are trying to manage, we are working a lot with the code of conduct, having meeting also with the citizen in order to say, okay, but we are going to develop, for example, Dr. Citadel. We have meeting with citizens from the island and say, okay, we want to develop a tourist destination. What do you want that we think about in order to do it in a sustainable way? And that's why it's also related. For me, mainly the Swedish way, but also for the World Heritage, we are like trying to include the citizen, and they wanted that, because otherwise they feel that we the municipality doesn't do the job. Kind of this my sensation.
I have a question really more about Venice and the Arsenal. Because it's sort of a zero-sum game, that it's only the chessboard is only this big, and all the tourists are here, and then there's this area where they can't come. Is it an attractive thing for Venice and Venetians to sort of herd some of these tourists over in this empty space, because then they wouldn't fill up the rest of the space? Or what are the thoughts about that?
within the Arsenal, the Biennale brings 900,000 visitors. So, which is Bernardini and the Arsenal. So, if you open the Arsenal in a way, you could also have, in a sense, you could already have, if not 900,000, some of this visit already and really to visit it, perhaps. But
But would Venetians want them to
don't exist anymore? That's the problem.
yeah.
Venetians are not there, have no voice at all anymore. It's just a few. But I mean, the issue of there's not an issue. Of course, yeah, overcrowded tourist flow. But it's not that if you open this area, you will, in a sense, stand the flows. I mean, it won't change from this point of view. So there's no discussion on this kind. But I was just wondering, a question for you. I mean, now that you tell all the story about UNESCO, and you on what the hell do you work? Is the UNESCO office in the municipality? And that's the first thing, because working also on UNESCO and values. And what does UNESCO say about this kind of communication in terms of any kind of monitoring, any kind of reports on
UNESCO is the major. Okay, on the national level in 2020, for the first time, Sweden published national strategy for World Heritage work in Sweden. I don't know why we didn't have before, but from 2020 we have it, and in that strategy there is written how it has supposed to work on a local and regional level when it comes to the management of the World Heritage. And the Swedish Administrative Board, that is the one on a national level that is in charge to work for the convention, has written in the strategy that the county administrative board on a regional level that has the authority mandates has to ensure that there is a coordinating authority or a person, and that there is in place a management plan. When it comes to Karlskrona, the county administrative board delegate the coordination to the municipality of Karlskrona. When it comes to other World Heritage, it can be really different. Grimeton in Sweden, it's a private company. So the coordinating of the World Heritage is the CEO of the World Heritage coordinator is the CEO of the company, and the council is the company board. So it's really different on regional and local level depending on what is the World Heritage and what is included in the World Heritage. When it comes to UNESCO,
so who is the site manager of
Karlskrona? Me,
who's paying your salary? So
the municipality of Karlskrona, because Sweden doesn't give money.
So
I think it's really strange because the municipality could decide tomorrow to say bye, we don't want to invest in this one. But right now, the municipality of Karlskrona pay my salary, and the municipality see this one in a positive way right now, because the municipality wants to preserve the World Heritage. But the UNESCO is an international organization and doesn't have the authority mandate that there are in place in the national level. So usually they say that every state that signed under the convention, they have to put in place a governance on national level in order to preserve the World Heritage. And in order to have a kind of pedagogical follow-up, every 7 years, they do a periodic reporting. Italy, for example, together with Sweden, has just finished there. And in that periodic reporting, it's a really long questionnaire. with a lot of questions from both what are the governance in place, which kind of collaboration you have.
We didn't have missions by the UNESCO people. Because as we in Venice or with the questioning of included Venice in the list is in danger because of the lack of respect. I'm just wondering whether someone can write about.
Every year there is like when we talk about World Heritage, there is the periodic reporting in every 7 years, and it's UNESCO that is in charge of it. But then there is the state, the authority in the states that has the mandate to applicate the World Heritage Convention, has also a kind of responsibility to follow up every World Heritage and to say to UNESCO, in case something happened that they think can put in danger our World Heritage. And then there is also another level, because citizens as well can actually contact UNESCO and say, I think that is World Heritage. And then it's if something like that happens, then it came up like some following questions in which you and the World Heritage.
It didn't happen in case. That was exactly happening then.
In our case, the cultural house. Yeah,
community culture center on the square in Toscana, and there was a they've been very far in the process and even had an architecture draw up a suggestion and blueprints and so on. And then there were both organizations and private citizens who contacted UNESCO to protest that bill. Yeah, so it has happened.
Great.
But I don't know if I understood them right, but I know that Venice is a little bit special. I listened actually to the World Heritage Coordinator of Venice in a course.
No, that there is no. If you look at the documents, the site manager of Venice is the city of Venice, which is idiot. I mean, you won't pass my exam in management saying something. A manager is a woman or a man.
I have the contact of the World Heritage Coordinator.
Katia.
See,
she's the.
It's not.
She is the responsible of the UNESCO office of the municipality. The municipality has a UNESCO office, but she has no. I mean, I don't catch it, but she has no power at all.
No, it's not like that.
It's a matter. It's a matter that say the secret, but that's not
Stop is but then I don't have the power, the decisional power, but in the World Heritage Board, there is like the
The mayor.
The mayor. And there is the politician from regional level, and they have to decide what is going to do or not.
So you're a strange kind of manager, no power manager.
I receive the power from the board.
Okay, once they make a decision.
Yeah. And my kind of role is follow up.
Sure. Implementation.
Yes.
That's great. Thanks so much for this very messy case. Very absolutely.
Thank you for the messy.
It's a competition with the rest.
To have some brochures, and we all.
Which is the best view to come?
The last song.
Span the season. Right now it's 6 weeks in the middle of summer. But I would say now. If you
there's some organization.
The preferable time is when there's world peace and total access to all the.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can move to the final session for a few minutes, perhaps. We are all exhausted, perhaps, after this very interesting and challenging day. So nothing really to discuss and concluding. I was just wondering one thing after this discussion, one thing that could be we didn't ask last time, but we could ask, go back to the people that were presenting last time. I mean, after this discussion, if we were preparing a proposal for a book, having yourself writing one page, let's say one page, single space, a dense one page, say what is it's like your final comments and what the kind of triggering or challenges that this case for. That will be very helpful, so that these are the cases. Why are they interesting? And what are they contributing to this debate and as a starting point?
And so we would love to do that, but you may want a bit more guidance on what a one-pager should contain. And I think we should discuss that, whether or not we're looking for consistency across the chapters or difference across the chapter. Is there a red thread that connects them, or do we wait for that to emerge? What would be the more favorable conditions for trying to write a one pager?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Maybe a really silly question, but you mentioned at the beginning of the day that you want to state out somehow a case on how the Arsenale can transform. Do you want that this book is going to show something that can help the transformation of Arsenale?
And I mean, particularly after listening to these two presentations, I would say not so sure. It's not really. I mean, it's two different levels. One is the general level of understanding this field and understanding the variety of discourse that are taking place. And on the other hand, it's really trying to understand from Dennis what that could be means in terms of thinking, really start thinking of developing. So, but in that sense, I would say this is more instrumental. It could be taken as a kind of byproduct of experience. So,
I think we aren't doing this for the Arsenal. I think it's a kickstart for thinking about lots of different things, and so it doesn't have. We don't have to aim to solve all the problems of the Arsenal. That seems reasonable.
Because I like it when the girl was talking today.
Lena.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I kind of recognize myself when she was talking about the participation, the building a staircase that you cannot build, but the people want to be there. I think it's something that we can relate. Is it more on the physical transformation? I can get you in contact with somebody else in Casuna, because we work a lot about the communication and participation, and I'm like coordinating. It's more like case study on how you can rebuild a house or a building that maybe can be other person that you have to.
One of the problem that I have when I'm talking about any case of heritage, I would say, that there are thousands of specialists and nobody that is able to give me an overarching picture. So we are not interested in this context about technicalities in conservation. So it's not just the chemistry used to. It's not that. It's more kind of making an overarching narrative of the transformation. Of course, if you don't tell us a bit of the physical transformation, it's very difficult for us to understand the social. But it's really summing up, the transformation in a kind of holistic way, I would say.
I think a book, an anthology with contributions from the various cases. Has merit, and it would need, I think, someone like you to edit, to sort of identify the draw the points more clearer for the reader, and
Sure.
perhaps in a sort of perspective chapter. It might be along the way, like after each chapter, but it also might be one sort of longer analysis in the end, or I don't know.
You know, as we were trying with this letter, well, invitation, we will try to give some guidelines. We can try to even transform it in a simpler way in this one page of, you know, self-profiling. And also, we are aware, I mean, because of this kind of, you know, holistic approach, none of us will be able, perhaps at present, to give an holistic view of our own case, because we are not interdisciplinary kind of humans. So, but also something which would be very interesting, you know, perhaps if we can have a kind of interactive steps. I mean, and this is what you're saying. And would it be possible, for instance, to try to understand a bit better this aspect from the political point of view, from the, you know, and then if not, you know, this is the history that you're telling about a case study, one of the case study, and this is the kind of questions that are clearly addressed, and this is kind of questions for future research, in a sense. Well, so we are not solving the problem of you.
No. If you let me, I think that what, to me, like a bit of outsider, outside observer, when I see and I think about all those like cases presented, I think that like the big question to me as historian,
sure,
is that if we look at how different communities, quite heterogeneous communities, deal with their maritime past, to build their like present and future. What do they emphasize? What do they actually hide? What do they ignore? Because in fact, what we see is that the people they build their maritime past.
Yeah.
Rather than, because I had a question actually to you when you demonstrated this nice guy in a uniform. Is it the real uniform or a kind of a, you know, fantasy about some uniform?
The collections, it's a completely.
Yeah, I mean, you produce any kind of real uniform.
What was a pedagogy program where the kids would travel back in time to help the naval officer to solve a problem at the shipyard. So it's sort of based on the accurate historical setting. Yeah.
And what is noticeable is that, you know, this is not an officer of the steam period, steamship. This is not an officer of the early 20th century or whatever. This is an officer of the sail period, which is about what Jamie Lorimer called not human charisma. So this is about charismatic things. We somehow deal with this charisma of the past. That's what we do in all our construction of the past. So to me, as a historian and public history person, this is about what are we going to emphasize and forget, and what is universal in that to us as human beings, more or less. Because when all the human communities deal with all the seas in the world, somehow they build their past. Their past is different, but the instruments they use are more or less the same. disregarding whether you are like Swedish, museum professional or Chinese museum professional somewhere in Guangzhou, in Canton, or in Hong Kong. If you come to Hong Kong and ask Jos Falkenbroek, the director of the Hong Kong Maritime Museum, how does he construct the maritime past of Hong Kong? That's how he does. So that's my point, and maybe this is a kind of big issue for the book, if you like, and even for the project, if you
curation, what do you choose to present, and how do you choose to present it, and so on. And I think that's really a vital issue to address, because when we use the past to transform into create value in another way, for visitors or for citizens and so on, we pick and choose, and we construct an image of the past. And that's something that we've discussed a lot in Karlskrona, because it's so easy to fall into the trap of celebrating the Swedish grand, the big powerful state that founded Karlskrona, and to dress up in uniforms and do parades, and sun is shining and the seagulls are speaking, and it's very, very easy to fall into the craze. But
in what you say, which I totally share. I mean, it's also the multidisciplinarity of understanding. Once again, in Venice, the same. The myth of the Republic. We had another 200 years that have been so important. Venice has been the third industrial city in Italy, and nobody really knows. And the transformation of this, what is now industrial heritage, so industry, that has been so important. And the risk of having this really kind of very aggregate and very stereotypical.
When we really want to emphasize creating value for social value, economic value, ecological value, with the way that we work with the World Heritage, it becomes very important for us to question that curation, to question what kind of stories we highlight and so on. So just for example, when we talk about expanding the season for when people visit us, we have to think about what kind of stories do we tell in order to use the darkness and use the Sweden in November is dark. Where you can tell the stories of the epidemics in Karlskrona, or you can tell the more social stories of or stories about the war that it's gruesome and it's difficult, and it's a different kind of storytelling. And so I think that you have to allow historical places to have many different faces in order for the transformation to not just become something that you showcase to visitors, the Pecha Kucha of the place, but so it's not the elevator pitch, but the sort of the different kinds of storytelling that can be allowed, and then that can create value in many different ways. Then that can create value for other stories to emerge, to present stories related to the historical ones, and so on. And then I think there's a transformation of that fosters a kind of ownership of the historical place, rather than just something that we can make money out of.
There's another practical way of going about it is you would sort of fill in a questionnaire, have the same questions answered, or try to answer the same questions for each case. So how is it administered? What's the property administration like? How is the cooperation between politicians and heritage people? Or I mean, so you could have sort of so we could sort of check have I answered this? Have I answered this? Or even say in some cases, well, I don't have that knowledge, but then perhaps we could approach someone who could help us answer these questions. Then you'd get a very sort of uniform type of anthology.
And why not thinking about questionnaire for visitors in this case? I mean, uniform questionnaire for visitors of all the heritage sites in order to get. That's a good question. I'm just
like I said, it's very easy for them to have done. I've no visitors.
I think that's a great idea. I'm taking notes about kind of key themes and then key questions, and we can communicate with you all about that. I would caution against though the rhythm of the chapters being too regular, as it would just get boring. And it's shoving square pegs into round holes, or it's forcing us to say, actually, this space is really different from all the others, and then it kind of falls apart. So I think we should have some care over the kinds of questions, and that they should attach to the key themes. You know, the two you just came up with are pretty good because everyone's going to have to administer their property in a way, but it'll probably be very different in each case. Everyone's going to have relationships with municipality or other political bodies, but they'll be very different in every way. So finding those key themes that can drive key questions that we can all look at without sounding repetitive is a very good suggestion.
One question then. So if the study is about the transformation of these places, then those questions, which I agree with, is a good idea, but that would reflect the current situation, right? Or how?
Not necessarily, because I think a lot of it might reflect the evolution up to the current, and then the ambitions beyond. So you know, it's a diachronic look at something that's actually synchronic and reality.
That can be completely different. I mean, if we take the Genoa, you know, and the La Spezia, so only transformation, but it's really different kind of thing. So
often you have the militaries as interlocutor. Okay. The problem is if military is opposite to you or a collaborator. For instance, I realize that in your case, military dismiss with any problem the heritage or not. I realize that
It
depends. Okay.
It
depends. Okay.
Balance.
No, please. But it's like, I think in our case, for example, I really think that we have a really good dialogue with the military, and it's a kind of good base. At the same time, it's sometimes difficult because the military is also an economical force.
Yeah, but I think this is really, I mean, it's the military, but it's really the political process that is in each of these cases, and the institutional game and the power and I mean, even simply describing this or comparing this is why and then it's not stable over time. So if you take Ammiraglio Pagnottella, it was one of the most open-minded person that was an admiral, made the rock conflict in since 1983. So it's gone. It's complete. So even within this context, things, the coalition. So I mean, we don't have to become all of us political scientists, but this is a part of our work and understanding why it works so quickly. I mean, compared to what is, and this is also the case of Portsmouth or China, why things happen so quickly there and not here. So the coalition.
So is it like because Biennale has a lot of things ongoing, so it's a kind of definition. What do you mean when you say it happened?
Participate.
Yeah, okay.
Sure.
And then you have some. Yeah. When we say things happen quickly, what? No, but I mean the use of the building, the transformation of the building, the participation of the people, the dialogue on the regional and national level.
Point. So it's a very good point. And a lot of things can happen really quickly, but a lot of other things just won't. And so the Biennale is a perfect example of a lot happening, a lot of activity, but zero participation, zero interpretation, zero real accessibility to the site as an area. It's just a venue. The Arsenal is a venue for the Biennale.
But there's also questions about how to put it, corporate identities, like the navies who have used these bases or institutions. How much value do they place in them? How important is it to them? And the same about the communities. For instance, I doubt that many people in the sort of the political layer in Copenhagen had very many feelings about the Navy. They didn't really care. But whereas in South Korea, links in it.
Genoa, you spoke specifically about identity being a driver of the heritage management policy and architectural choices, and it's wonderfully different. Yeah. But that's a good big theme: institutional identity and civic identity, and how they affect heritage transformation processes.
I mean, when we talk about military, I've been in a meeting for the Swedish fortifications agency. They are really proud about using and renovate the building in order to use the building for the same purpose in which they were designing. So they see themselves as a really important part of the Ivory heritage. And in somehow it's true, because they are like using the building in a sustainable way. The only thing is that they are not accessible public. But the use of the building to be sustainable maybe doesn't need always the accessibility. That's also the kind of thing.
But I think there is another problem. So Arsenal born for the war. And what is the feature for our Arsenal? And what is the read of our story? Because our story is lights and darkness, is violence on the Muslim, on the other people, on the other city. In Italy, many against Venice, against Pisa. So I think there is not a way for a reading from 19th century, a nationalism, a exaltation of the grandeur of a nation, of a city, of a people, of an ethnics. So the Arsenal are a moment of a large think about our history. So is a problematic approach. We have this in our collection, and today is a lot of things, because we have a person, Cristoforo Colombo, and so are very divisive. This is not possible for us to exalt the navigator and don't think about the genocide of the Americans. So a reflection about the arsenal, about the use of the arsenal is, for me, also a reflection of our history and our future in this context, that is world context. And so is too much because we are in an age of war. And so it's very, very easy to make a new nationalism, a new against the Russian, example, or against the Chinese, or against everything. So the museum for ICOM is not yes, and also in the Declaration of Praga is another approach very different, because actually we have a lot of new museum of the other country. So we are very important, we are most strong, we are the Chinese, the Arabs. So the museum is not now the moment of celebration of our ethnics, but is the different approach from and a different read of our history.
Absolutely.
If you have to Greenwich, I mean, and you see how they're depicting the triangular trade still, and it's, you know, the British are not so in a sense still.
So I know Portsmouth. It's this vision of the history of our here nations, but this is very different from an.
But you know, approach as a social scientist, to me, I mean, understanding how these elements are presented. I mean, it's interesting to see. The one from the UK here. I mean, you just see the nationalism or the colonialism more than that's still in most of this.
In fact, there is a big difference between naval history and maritime history.
Sure.
That's what, and it's kind of very recent trend, because that's what we get. And like, as a representative of maritime history community, more or less what I know is that on the international level, the British community is now considered as like methodologically backward, more or less, because what they write, they still write about this, you know, glorious naval battles, things like that. And there is like a big difference between the naval history and maritime history.
Sure, yes. But there is also in our colleagues of Great Britain, because of their reflection for the new session about great discovering of the Pacific was in this direction, and it is different from to the victory, the most important, the great proud. Yes. So there are these different parts.
Sure, this is part of the different history. I mean, we in Italy, in Empire, were not very successful, and very, you know, we were not able. But I mean, what this is part of the history and the national narratives, if you find national narratives. But I mean, really interesting in that is to see how is it possible that Portsmouth has 1,500,000 visitors, and Pisa museum, wonderful museum, has 30,000 visitors, and you have only 200,000 or 300,000. So it's really the not in itself the history and of the different countries, or but how this have an impact in terms of it's not just the history of the nation. I mean, it's a history of building a bloody ship, which is also an issue. Is apart from it's really different layers of stories. You're totally right when you say, but should be also careful not to have only this element. I mean, this is an additional element, of course, in the ways things are represented.
Well, I think it one way of working through that could be interesting in terms of transforming, talking about transforming these places, is to take a different look and a different shift in narrative. For example, at the Naval Museum now, we are talking about developing our story on the Swedish Navy and peace and war and so on. We analyzed that fewer and fewer people in our audience has a direct experience of working within the Swedish Navy, right? Because of the decline. And now maybe in a few years it will go up. But fewer people than before had their own experience of working in the Navy. But more people in Sweden have experience of war because they have come to Sweden from different parts of the world that have war. So the role of the museum as an expert institution becomes shifted, right? Because we are not experts on war. Our audience, they can teach us things that we cannot teach them. They can talk to us about war. So when we talk about our subject area, when we describe this is what happened in Sweden, then that dialogue is in the center. How does that relate to present experiences of war? We had one program, for example, with former submarine officers and teenagers that came from Afghanistan in 2016. And they came alone without parents, so they were taken in by the social services in Karlskrona. And we had a program where the submarine officers and the teenagers took art classes together. So they learned how to paint, and at the same time they spoke Swedish, so that the teenagers would learn Swedish and would also get to know people in Sweden. And they became sort of grandfathers of these kids, and it was very successful. But that gave us stories too on how to think about our own storytelling in the museum and our own subject area, and it created a value for the kids and for the submarine officers, but also for the institution that was, very, very important for us. So I think that when we talk about the history of the shipyard and the transformation of now and then and so on, I don't think those categories are so fixed, but rather changes. And another perspective I think would be interesting here is there's a UNESCO share on heritage future studies that study the heritage of the future. So, for example, they're doing studies on how we can inform and teach people about nuclear waste, that are being dug down into the mountain, and how do we warn people 30,000 years from now not to dig there? So taking the place of, so how do we could use that in the Arsenal, for example? How do we want people 10,000 years from now, or 1,000 years, or 150 years, or whatever, what do we want it to be for them, and how can we imagine the future, and sort of so how can we organize things in order to meet a future need, or how can we work with that future perspective? And I think that could be an interesting way to look up the heritage future.
And a great way to end our discussion for today, maybe even to end the book, thinking about how we want to organize in the present to represent any of these sites in the future. And that's because I think one thing we need not forget is that this was originally a book not about history broadly, but about management and administration and organizing. So being able to bring it down to that at the end is important. But we're at 6 o'clock or after. So
we have to leave. Was great.
Thank you so much.
And we will put the video on the record
after some light editing, perhaps.
Yes, we can. It's simple, yes.